Recording lights on at 6:31. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September, yet pre-Labor Day meeting of Manhattan Community Board 4. My name is Lowell Kern. I'm the chair of the board. We are starting off tonight with two presentations. The first of which, let me back up a sec. We formed a social justice working group back in June. And we got recommendations from that group at our July meeting, which were voted on by the board. One of those recommendations was, on a regular basis, invite officers from each precinct to report to MCB4 about their community outreach efforts and other community concerns. So we are going to start that tonight with the commanding officer of the 10th precinct, which covers the Chelsea part of the district, Deputy Inspector Kevin Coleman. Inspector Coleman is going to be our first report from the NYPD on a regular basis. There are 4 precincts that represent our that cover our community board, and if we do a rotation, we will see Inspector Coleman 3 times a year. And if you're ready, Inspector, the show is yours. You're switching back and forth on and off mute. You look okay now.
Okay. Everything's good now? Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm always happy to attend any type of public meeting. I don't like Zoom. I prefer face-to-face, but it's, a sign of the times that we're in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over a bunch of different things that have been going on in the 10th precinct in particular. And afterwards, if there's a question and answer opportunity, that's fine with me. If there's not, that's fine. I'm not sure how the meeting will run that way. But first, I'll just start off then by talking about crime in general in the 10th precinct. And just to give everyone a reminder, the 10th precinct then covers 14th Street to 29th Street from 7th Avenue to the water, and then from 29th Street to 43rd Street from 9th Avenue to the water. So it's basically Chelsea, Hudson Yards, and the bottom of Southern Hell's Kitchen area is what we cover. Year to date, our index crime at the 10th precinct is down 9.3%. Obviously, a lot of part that is in part due to COVID from that mid-March through May. There was not a lot of people out on the street, or at least through April, and that obviously impacts crime. There's fewer people on the street, fewer perpetrators on the street, fewer victims on the street, and so on. So that definitely helped the crime numbers. Currently, our drivers in the precinct for crime is burglaries and vehicle theft. We are up in both of those categories. And when it comes to burglary, one of the ongoing issues that we have is package theft, especially in residential buildings. And one of the things we trying to encourage people is, if there is a super in your building, if there is some type of caretaker, we think it's a good idea to get them involved in terms of if packages are in the vestibule or just in line of sight. If you can walk up to the front door, look into the building and see packages, our recommendation is that a caretaker or somebody take those packages and either secure them or at least move them away from line of sight from the door, so that if someone looks in, they cannot see the packages. Because a lot of that is actually crime of opportunity. Someone looks in, they see packages, multiple packages, they think it's Christmas, they try and get in the door and take the packages. If they don't see packages, it's likely that they'll move on to somewhere else. And then obviously along with that is, you shouldn't let anyone in. Someone buzzes you unless you know who they are. if you're expecting someone, let them in. Don't buzz in a stranger that you don't know why they're there or what business. Because some of them will just simply, okay, let me see if someone lets me in, and then they get in and take a package. Vehicle thefts, a tip we like to give is, which may seem common sense, but don't leave your keys in the ignition. That is something that happens where, someone wants to run into a corner store really quick. They're going to be like 30 seconds, but it just takes a few seconds for someone to jump in your car with the keys in it and drive off. So definitely don't try that, even if it's just a 30 seconds or a minute. Turn off the ignition, take your keys. Next, and also regarding crime, we do have one homicide for the year that happened a couple weeks ago. This is on 39th Street at 9th Avenue. Ultimately, two people experiencing homelessness had an argument. One of them took out a sharp object and cut the other person. They died. And the good news regarding that is in 24 hours or less, we did make an arrest on the perpetrator. The detectives working the case were out looking for more video. They spotted the perpetrator because we already had a good image of him, and that person was arrested, I think the 23rd. This happened on August 22nd. He was arrested on the 23rd. He is in jail. He's been remanded until, his case. But then, speaking of homelessness, that is one of, I'm sure you're all familiar, aware of this. This is one of the top complaints, not only in the 10th, I think all over Manhattan. And there has been a rise of homeless people out on the street. And that is, a lot of hotels have been converted into temporary shelters. I don't know when that will end. That was to go through COVID, and at some point that will end. In the 10th precinct, we had a hotel on 42nd Street, the Catch Hotel. We had 101 people staying there. That actually has been removed. My understanding, I was told there was a water main break and they had to evacuate everybody. And so that hotel is no longer being used as a shelter, and the 101 people that were there, I believe, were moved to Brooklyn. A couple further things regarding this. In about 10 weeks ago or so, there is several members of the lower kind of Hell's Kitchen area created their own organization, that Hell's Kitchen Action Committee. I don't know if anyone has heard of them or if anyone's here, but we had several meetings. We've been having a lot of meetings with different people, stakeholders within the command, and they wanted officers, they wanted to see more foot post officers out on the street. And they coined the term, this 8 for 8, it was called, as the way they framed it, which meant 8 cops in a particular area for 8 weeks. And, at the time I told them, I don't necessarily have the resources for that, but we continued the conversation. Ultimately, I did implement something similar to what they wanted. We're actually in week 7 of the 8 weeks. But what I did is I did put more officers in that area of Lower Hell's Kitchen, pretty much 41st Street to 43rd Street, 9th Avenue, and going west to between 9th and 10th and 9th and 11th area, so that we did have more of a presence out there, more officers on foot. So far, again, we just started week 7. We've been getting a lot of positive feedback from that. And I have been told, I wish there was a better way to measure it, but I have been told that a lot of quality of life concerns have gone down up there as a result of having officers visible on foot posts. And that's part of the idea. If you have uniform officers that are visible, and then you have officers, walking the streets. That creates a deterrent for crime and quality of life. And also, I think people like to see the police out on the street, and it can make people feel safer. So I've been told that has had a positive impact. And so, hopefully that is the case. And we're gonna continue working like that in the future. DHS, we're also, DHS is mainly responsible for the homelessness issue. In the past, the department worked very closely, and this summer there has been kind of a shift to put DHS, to hold DHS kind of more accountable for their role in homeless services. And when it comes to encampments, we're supposed to notify homeless services. At the 10th precinct, we are doing what we can to work with them on that. And, at the end of the day, we understand that we cannot arrest our way out of that problem, that arresting homeless people, even for minor infractions, is not what will solve the solution. Ultimately, it is a public health issue, and DHS obviously is involved in that. But at the 10th precinct, where we can help out, we're gonna continue to help out where we can on that aspect. Let's see, what else? Neighborhood policing in general. I want to make very clear that, we recognize, after the Floyd killing and, there, as everyone knows, demonstrations and so on, we recognize that, there are people that are upset with policing, and they have legitimate issues to be concerned about. But our goal here at the 10th precinct, we want to do as much as we can to cooperate and work with the public. At the end of the day, our neighborhood policing philosophy, which Commissioner Bratton initially put into effect about 5 years ago, and then Commissioner O'Neill and now Commissioner Shea. The philosophy behind neighborhood policing, so everyone understands, is to have good relationships with the public, to build good rapport with the public, and so that we can work together, cooperate, and do our job of public safety efficiently and effectively. And frankly, if the public doesn't trust us and the public doesn't see us as legitimate, it makes our job not even more difficult, but almost impossible, because we need public cooperation. We need to work together, and that's what we're committed to doing. And to give you an example of even what I mean in like practical, directly crime-related practicality is this. If someone's the victim of a crime, a robbery, for example, the first thing we need is that victim to cooperate with us. Then if there's witnesses, we need them to come forward and work with us. If somebody has evidence, video footage, we need them to work with us. And so think about, if no one worked with us, or if we couldn't work with people to get the job done, it would make our job basically impossible. We need to have, public safety is a shared responsibility, and we take our relations with the public very serious. Unfortunately, I think everything that happened this summer, including the looting, I think that's been a major setback for us in policing, because I think we've made great strides over the past few years. In fact, 2017 was a historic low for crime in New York City in 50 years. And then in 2018, we actually beat 2017 and had a second historic low 2 years in a row. So with everything that's going on, you know, citywide, I know we're up in shooting, we're up in homicides, but, you know, we are going to get through this. We're doing everything we can to combat crime and local issues. And here at the 10th Precinct, we want to continue to have good relationships. We're working to rebuild relationships and continuing to expand to have more relationships and reach out more to the public as much as possible. And so, you know, I don't want to run over my time. That's kind of my overview and update about things in the 10th Precinct and in the police department. And I know there's a timetable and everything here. I am happy to stay. I can't stay for the whole meeting, but I'm happy to take some questions now if that's all right.
Is there anyone on the board who has a question? Paul, and then Colin. I'm going to keep this just to a couple of questions for time reasons. Also, before we go, Paul, before you start, I just want to make one quick announcement. If you are a member of the public and wanted to speak during the public session, this is last call for signups. Please either use your blue hand or use the raise hand function, and we'll add you to the list, but we're closing that list off now. All right, Mr. Devlin, you had a question for Inspector Coleman.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector Coleman. Appreciate all the work you guys are doing. I know it's tough out there. One of the issues that we have, particularly in my neighborhood, I'm on 45th, is that the corner of 43rd and 9th Avenue is a significantly problematic intersection. And the reason is that the precinct lines cross there. So even though you have officers on duty who are visible on the street, they stay in their precinct and they don't cross over the street. And the dealers know that you do that. So they may see an officer in uniform on the corner of 43rd and 9th on the south side and move their transaction to the north side and nothing happens to them. So is there some way that you could help coordinate with Midtown South, the 13th and 10th on those, and that intersection where the three precincts really cross over, and the dealers know that's where they cross over. So, and the officers know that's where they cross over. So the officers don't cross, the dealers don't cross, and we have a problem area. Is there some way you can help us address that?
Yes, so first, I am aware of the precinct borders are a complaint, meaning, you know, we meet Midtown North precinct in the north, you know, above us on 43rd, and then Midtown South on our east. And that, actually, when I talked about for the 8 for 8, that was also a main problem they brought up about the border issues, and you know, people felt that they were kind of being neglected because they're close to the border and so on, which, you know, I completely understand that, and that's one reason, you know, I work with them to put officers up there in that location. What I can do is, obviously, I am just the commander of the 10th and not the other precincts, but I will talk to those commands and the NCOs on that level, you know, the neighborhood coordination officers. We should be working together there. And sometimes, you know, that doesn't always work because you know, it's one of the problems with, I guess, being on the border issue. But let me look into that and see what we can do about that.
Or even if you could switch shifts, one shift, the precinct south crosses over the street, the next 10th crosses over the street.
Yeah, and actually, let me just be clear too, is we don't, just, you know, we don't look at the other side normally and say, that's not our problem, let's not fix it. But a lot of times it happens when a crime happens, like let's say a crime happens on the north side of 43rd Street, which is technically Midtown North and not the 10th. Their detective squad in their precinct is supposed to investigate that, not us. Even if we wanted to, it's technically, you know, it's in their jurisdiction and they're supposed to handle it. And so sometimes it seems like we're like kind of passing the buck or washing our hands. Hey, that's, that's not us. But there, it is kind of a formal, like, it is their side. They have to investigate that, and that's, we don't want to interfere.
I will tell you, I had officers who would not, pointed to a problem, they would not cross the street. So I would appreciate any additional effort you put. Thank you.
Yeah.
For your time. And I know you're working hard.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Paul.
it.
Colin, did you have your hand up before? I thought I saw you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lowell. And thank you, Mr. Coleman. My question was, you touched briefly on the, the homeless shelters that have the hotels that have been turned into homeless shelters recently on the west side. And you also touched on the shared responsibility with DHS and the city. My question is, have you noticed that whether or not the city has provided any sort of supportive services for these, including caseworkers or perhaps medical personnel? And if they haven't, do you think that that's necessary? Is there anything that we could do as a community to ensure that these people get the support that they need?
So a few things regarding that. One is, yes, I think that, the homeless situation is a public health issue. There are people that have substance abuse, that have mental health issues, and it really, New York is not the only one with a problem. It's pretty much every major city across the United States, and it's an issue that government officials, local government, state, really has to look at and probably has to put money into. I don't want to get too much into politics because that's not my purview for this, right? But it is a complicated issue. When we offer services, so especially prior to the summer, we were involved in a lot of joint operations with DHS and so on. And when we offer services, they're often refused. And I believe research shows that it takes about 200 plus times offering services to the same individual before they actually accept. And so it's a very challenging problem. And I do think the ultimate answer is everything involved in providing services to homeless people, to individuals experiencing homelessness, probably needs to be expanded. Social workers, services, and a strategy needs to be formed. And it's a very challenging issue that goes far beyond the NYPD. But I do believe the solution is a joint effort, multi-agency effort, social workers, healthcare workers, and a large strategy.
All right. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Inspector. I'm going to take one more question from the board. And I've actually got one, so I've got two more questions, but I'm jumping the list. For the people I don't get to, if you have questions for Inspector Coleman, you can send them to Jesse, and Jesse will filter them through to the inspector, and we will get you answers, even if we're not getting them on this call. Maria, you were up next.
Hi, thanks, Lowell. Thank you, Coleman. Just trying to make it brief. I had three, but I'll just make it two questions.
Sure.
The 8 for 8 that you have going on, I was involved in I'm the co-chair of Housing, Health, and Human Services, and I was involved in the meeting prior to you beginning the 8 for 8. And I'm just curious if you would be able to, is that going to be able to go further than 8 weeks, even if it's modified with an officer of 4 or 6? Just curious.
Yes, so really quick on that, two things. One, just before I forget, emailing me, getting me the questions, I'm always happy to answer. But just so everyone knows, September 30th, at the end of the month, we're having a community council meeting at Manhattan Plaza. It's going to be at 7 p.m. We'll get that information out there, but it's going to be a live meeting. We're going to have masks on, social distancing, and we're going to read temperatures, but just so people know as well. Regarding 8 for 8, so yeah, I'm very happy with how it's going. I can say at this point, I'm probably going to have some modification of it going past the 8 weeks because I want to keep something going there. But in truth, my only really issue or problem or concern with it is resources and manpower. Just to give you an example, I am down 33 cops compared to September of 2019. And it hurts my deployment drastically. And everything I'm doing for 8, it's very difficult for me to do. It's a strain on my resources. And I wish that was not the case. I wish that was not so, but that's my only really issue or concern with it. But after the 8 weeks, I am looking to keep something going there.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my second question was, you mentioned the homicide on 39th and 9th was with 2 homeless individuals. Did you mean street homeless individuals or homeless individuals that live in shelter?
Yeah, I believe it's street homeless. I'm just trying to think. I don't know if any of them are officially belong to a shelter. I don't think either of them belong to a shelter. I believe they were living on the street.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to end this with one quick question, Inspector.
Yeah.
The blocks where the precinct is, your block on 20th Street, the other precincts, 54th Street, the blocks are still closed. Do you have any idea how long those barricades are going to remain?
That is not the question.
That's the question I'm asking, Dale.
Excuse me.
Out.
So, excuse me. So that is a decision that actually comes above me. And look, I think ultimately will come when we're certain the unrest, there's no further unrest. I know the perception is bad. I know there's a lot of people upset about it. And so let me just talk about that for a moment as well. Because when the demonstrations originally happened for Floyd at the end of May and into June, which is, we respect everyone's right for a peaceful demonstration. I believe Floyd was murdered, and that was wrong how that was handled. And our job is to ensure that people can exercise their First Amendment rights, and that, most of the demonstrators, 99% of the demonstrators are all peaceful. And maybe you can say it 100% are, but what happens is whenever people are opportunists, just like any system, people try and take advantage of an opportunity of a situation. And so there are people, when there's mass demonstrations, they try and take advantage of that to cause problems, to cause violence, to cause vandalism. And at that time, it was for that small group of people who was doing that in New York and across the country, the target was police officers, police stations, police cruisers, and we had to ensure that we're protecting our resources, our station houses, our police facilities, our vehicles, so that we can respond. If we have a station house that is set on fire or something like that, that's going to hamper our resources in responding to everything else. So that's why those barriers were originally set up. And, there were over 200 police vehicles vandalized. I think that it's actually higher than that. I just don't want to say the wrong number, but I know it's at least 200. And there were police officers assaulted, including officers within the confines of the 10th precinct. And so there were issues going on. Just when, in my perspective, we were looking at, have things calm down, then this whole incident in Wisconsin happened, and you know, we are not sure how that reaction was going to, what was going to take place in Manhattan or, in New York City in general. And we just want to ensure that, we're able to respond and that our property is not being vandalized and damaged. So I can't say for certain when it's going to be taken down, but I would say it's definitely going to be taken down when unrest is over. This is, unfortunately 2020, I think everyone agrees, is an extremely challenging year. I don't think anyone is happy with 2021 or 2020. I mean, I'm hoping 2021 we can all get back to normal, but will there be further unrest in New York with the country going further in 2020? Possibly, I don't know. There's a presidential election coming up that seems contentious. There could be an uptick in COVID. We don't know what's going to happen, but ultimately that decision will come, from above me. But I do want to make clear, at 10th Precinct, I can't speak for, there's 77 precincts across the city. I think most of them are operating like I am, what I'm about to say, but the street is not closed. For example, although we have our barriers set up, I don't even have officers stationed at the ends of each block. Anyone can walk down the street. Anyone can drive down the street. The block is not closed in any type of manner right now. The barriers are still set up in case something happens and we have to quickly take control of the block. That's the only purpose they're there for right now. So, and we're working with anyone in the public, the businesses, on 8th Avenue and 20th Street. I have a restaurant on each corner on our side, and they have outdoor seating on 20th Street. We've moved the barriers so that they can have their outdoor seating, and we want to support them. We want them to have business there. So right now, to be clear, 20th Street is not shut down. It is not blocked. It is open to everybody. Anyone can walk down the street. Anyone can drive down the street. And those barriers are just there as a safeguard in case something happens where we have to quickly take control and secure the block.
All right, thank you for that answer. That is helpful. We had sent letters to not only to the precinct commanders of our 4 precincts, but to One Police Plaza, and we never got a response. So your answer is helpful. I don't know that applies for the other precincts as well. I don't know if you could pass that up the chain of command, please, and see if we can get a response to our earlier letter.
Okay, just so you know, I am aware of that letter, and to my understanding, the police commissioner responded to the letter.
I'm not aware of that. I can check back with the office, but I'm not aware of receiving a response. But
okay,
thank
yeah.
you. I'm not trying to put this on you. I'm asking if we're looking for an answer from Commissioner Shea.
Right. I think we should connect. If you check and I double check, I think we should connect because I believe it was handled. But
okay, thank you very much.
We'll follow up together.
All right, and I know there are other questions that people have had. I don't have time to keep going on this right now. I do appreciate your time. Is it okay if we have Jesse send you some questions for follow-up?
Yeah. I'm always happy to answer any questions, so please send me questions and I'll respond.
Thank you very much, Inspector.
Okay,
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on now to our next presentation. This one is probably equally important. We have a presentation on the status of the city's budget from Comptroller Scott Stringer's office. I saw Luke before. I'm not sure who is actually presenting this on behalf of the Comptroller. Luke, would you like to either take over or introduce the presenter?
Sure. I think Preston Niblack, who is our Deputy Comptroller for Budget, is on, and he will be leading us through this part. And Jesse has the slides, so some visuals for everyone as well.
Okay, great. Thank you all very much. Thank you for having me. Jesse, you'll run slides and share screen or something like that?
Yeah, I will. Give me one moment.
Yep. Just to introduce myself, I'm Preston Niblack. I'm Deputy Controller for Budget, and I've been with Controller's Office since 2016. And I'm just going to give a brief overview of the FY21 adopted budget that was adopted for the year that just started July 1st. If you go to slideshow, Jesse, there you go. There, perfect. So let me start with a picture of sort of the economy over the last several months. Next slide, please, Jesse. So we've had really, as everyone's aware, I think, an unprecedented economic crash, both nationally and locally. We went from February, sort of the last pre-pandemic month, with 4.1 million jobs in the city to 3.2 million jobs in April, a loss of 900,000 jobs in the space of basically a month. The employment measures jobs in the city that could be held by residents of the city or non-residents, commuters. The unemployment rate measures actually the employment status of residents of the city. So that has lagged slightly. The recovery, which has been slow, but it went up really from a historic low of 3.4% in February to 15%, 18%, 20% in June, ticked down just slightly in July. We've recovered about 25% of the jobs we lost, which is a much slower recovery at this point than nationally, where about 45% of jobs have recovered. And it has a lot to do with the composition of jobs in the city, which is very heavily oriented towards retail and tourism, hospitality, restaurants, et cetera. So I think that's been part of the reason for the lag. And obviously the indoor dining has become a big issue. Next slide. So all of that resulted in a gap that ultimately totaled $8.3 billion for fiscal year 21 compared to the mayor's preliminary budget in January. So I'm sure you're all familiar with the budget cycle, but in the time between the mayor's preliminary budget and the mayor's executive budget in April, two things happened. One, obviously the pandemic and the resulting closure of non-essential businesses and restrictions on activity. And then not quite as damaging, but not totally positive, the state adopted its budget for the year that begins their fiscal year, which begins April 1st. So revenues in the executive budget were marked down $5.4 billion for this year relative to what had been projected in January. The state budget impact was almost $800 million. Then in the end of May, the mayor marked down further the revenue projections for this year. So in total, revenues were down $7.1 billion or almost 10%. And as I said, about an $8.3 billion gap. So next slide. How did we close that? About a third of the actions that we took, to close the gap, about a third consist of drawing down reserves, budgeted reserves. Another third was from a savings program that the mayor ordered, which led to about $2.8 billion altogether in savings. We had some federal aid from the CARES Act, which are actually prior to the prior stimulus bill, the name of which I'm forgetting, but Stimulus 2. And then there's been a lot of discussion lately about the $1 billion in the layoffs. The mayor was seeking or is seeking from the city's unions $1 billion in savings for each year of the next few years. At that point that the budget was adopted, there was no, and still there was no agreement between the unions and the city on savings. So that number is sitting out there as yet, kind of not made real. And then we had a little bit of a surplus, additional surplus from the prior fiscal year that we carried over. And that was how we closed that gap. Next slide. So altogether, that was a fiscal year 2021 budget of $88 billion, which was, again, down almost $9.5 billion from the fiscal year 2020 budget. Right now, where the city is projecting that revenues will rebound by fiscal year 2022 and going forward, but spending is still budgeted well above projected revenues, so that we have gaps that are significant but manageable in size. $4 billion next year, $3 billion after that. So that's kind of the overview of where we are in the budget and financial plan. You had asked a few questions about some specific areas, which I'll try and answer. Next slide. One of them was about affordable housing. Since March, basically, when the pandemic and the closures first began, and it was clear that we were going to have economic consequences, pretty significant economic consequences, the mayor's budget office essentially canceled all capital spending that wasn't either emergency or a legal mandate or related to the pandemic. And that has meant affordable housing production has been slowed down or stopped as well. There were a number of projects that were sort of in the pipeline and close to completion that I think went through, but I know of others that were never completed. In the executive budget capital plan, the HPD capital budget was actually reduced by $1 billion over the course of fiscal year 20 and 21, and that funding was stretched out essentially over the next 3 years, FY 22 through 24. The programs that were cut were primarily production of housing for very low income and extremely low income households, and supportive housing and assisted housing for the elderly. Next slide. I thought I'd talk for a moment about the police budget. I know that's been of interest to many people. There have been various statements that the budget was cut by $1 billion. The police budget was cut by $1 billion. It's not accurate. The actual cut for this fiscal year was $420 million. The primary component of that was a cut in uniformed overtime of almost 60%, or $295 million. That's only for this year. It's not carried out into the future years. Very unlikely to be achieved. The department always has been tasked with holding down its overtime spending and usually ends up coming back for more funds during the course of the year. So I think that's a big risk in this budget. It's unlikely that we will save that much from overtime. The total head count for the uniformed head count, that is the number of uniformed police officers, was reduced relative to the plan by a little shy of 1,200 officers, which will bring us down to about 35,000 officers, which was the number of officers basically from fiscal year 2011 through 2014, when Speaker Mark Viverito pushed the mayor to hire additional police officers. So this is, coming back down to the level that it was for several years prior to the de Blasio administration. There was also a promise that school safety would be taken out of the police department and moved to the Department of Education. That did not happen in the budget. And supposedly there will be more details about that in the November when the first quarter budget modification is released. I think, given the challenges of reopening right now, I'm not sure that I am holding my breath on that. So, and then there was some capital reallocation, which the mayor has sometimes counted towards the $1 billion cut. There was a new property facility in particular that was budgeted about $300 and some million that was cut out of the budget. Next slide. So you ask about a variety of neighborhood services here. I'm going to talk a little bit about transportation safety as well in the next slide, but just It's a little bit difficult to talk about the impact on services right now, since a lot of the savings in a lot of agencies relied simply on not filling vacant, just taking the budget back for positions that were vacant. And so there's not really much detail about sort of what that means in terms of services. The Department of Sanitation was a bit of a exception to that. They actually laid out, sort of program and service cuts that they were going to do to realize their $50 million in savings. I think everyone's aware at this point that street basket collection frequency has been reduced. The organics program the organics program was cut and then partially restored by the City Council. Outreach and public information regarding recycling, the recycling program was also cut. And then hazardous waste like e-waste collections was reduced or eliminated. Parks and Recreation, a similar $53 million cut. This is another one where it's a little bit difficult to say exactly what the impact's going to be. There was sort of general reduction in headcount. There's additional details that you can look at, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions you might have once you do. From a publication that called the Citywide Savings Program, which is available on the OMB website, nyc.gov/OMB. Look for the Citywide Savings Program. I can't tell you exactly what everything will necessarily mean in terms of services, but if you have questions about anything specifically, you can pass them on to Luke and we'll try and answer them. And then final slide, just to talk for a moment about transportation safety. Sorry, not quite final. Transportation safety, thank you. The Department of Transportation took about a $65 million budget cut overall. A lot of it was, again, this was sort of city funds. A lot of the savings was realized from substituting in some federal aid from the CARES Act, some state money, as well as, again, sort of vacancy reductions with unspecified impacts on services. But there were a few cuts that I thought people would care about. Vision Zero cuts of $8 million, reducing the Vision Zero public awareness campaign, canceling some lane markings and bike lane protections that had been planned for this year. The Better Bus Initiative, the $5.7 million cut there was funds that were intended to speed up buses. So that a lot of that was lane improvements, lane markings, some lane protections, as well as the continuation of the program to equip buses with transponders that would essentially change traffic lights in the bus's favor. So those were delayed as well. And then there were some vacant traffic enforcement agent positions that were eliminated. There was also at the same time some new traffic agents, enforcement agents that were hired with the goal of essentially raising revenue by writing more parking tickets. So park carefully. And then last, this time actually the last slide, just briefly the outlook, which is quite a bit more uncertain than is typically the case for a variety of reasons. The most prominent one is, of course, Congress left in August for the summer recess without passing another stimulus bill. And there had been hopes that the next stimulus bill would include aid to state and local governments, all of whom have been obviously on the forefront of delivering services and fighting the pandemic in real time, but whose revenues have dramatically fallen, in some places worse than others, but certainly in New York, it's been quite a sharp fall. The lack of federal aid will affect us directly, but also indirectly through the state budget. The state's looking at a $14.5 billion gap for the fiscal year that it's in now, which started again April 1st. And they're kind of haven't done anything yet to implement those savings. They've been delaying they've been holding back about 20% of local aid payments for several areas, but not yet, quote unquote, cutting it. They're running out of time. By September 30th, they will be halfway through their fiscal year, and the opportunity to realize the magnitude of savings that they will need to balance their budget is obviously they're going to have to act. And I think it's, at this point, seems at least as unlikely as likely that the federal government will pass any kind of stimulus package by September 30th. So that's obviously a big concern at this point about what will happen with the state budget. I mentioned earlier the $1 billion in labor savings, and this has been in the news quite a bit lately. The mayor was planning to send to agencies and to the unions, rather, a notification of agency layoffs. And all the city agencies were tasked with coming up with a list of people they would lay off. The city was going to notify the unions of those lists. The unions asked the mayor for additional time, and the mayor agreed. He's been characterizing it as kind of a day-by-day decision without either the labor savings or the layoffs or some other step. The labor savings or some other step, the layoffs could happen. The mayor's solution to this has been to propose state authorization to borrow money to cover the operating gap for this year. We've only done that once since the fiscal crisis of 1974-75, after 9/11, where we borrowed $2 billion and we're actually still paying that off to the tune of $150 million a year. So, that's a step that I think there's cross pressures here. There's obviously concern about the impact on city services and on city workers. I think there's also concern about burdening future generation with debt service costs to pay off the borrowing that will limit their options as well.
Preston, can I jump in and ask you a question there about the layoffs?
Yep.
My understanding was that it was mayoral agencies only, meaning that the community board, which operates under the borough president's budget, would not have been affected by the potential layoffs. Is that correct?
My understanding of this was that elected officials were not asked to submit layoff lists. They were told what their target would be for savings if they, had been instructed, and it was sort of voluntary. So I don't know how exactly. So I assume that the borough presidents got a target. I don't know whether that was supposed to trickle down in some way to the community boards. Community boards obviously have their own budgets in the city budget. So I don't, if you weren't told that you had a target, then I guess you probably didn't have a target. I think it would be hard to do layoffs in community boards since there are very few employees.
Well, I will tell you right now, I will stage a sit-in if you come after any of my 3 full-time employees.
I'm not coming after anybody. So I have to talk to the mayor about that.
All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you were on the
No,
layoff thing.
I'm actually done. I'm happy to, with the presentation, I'm happy to answer any
Okay.
questions.
We've got 2 hands that I have seen up this whole time. James Wallace, did you have a question for Mr. Niblack?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Niblack. That was very informative. While you were talking and the link went up for the savings plan, I brought it up and took a quick gander, and 2 things jumped out at me. One was there appeared to be a $400 million cut from DOE, and about $200 million of that was from operational savings. I'm just wondering about the other $200 million. It seems like that's a lot to be cutting from DOE.
So, I mean, the DOE budget's, it's in the neighborhood of $28 billion. So it's the, largest budget. There were a lot of people who felt, I think, that it got cut disproportionately compared to some other agencies. There was elimination, the mayor had proposed eliminating $100 million in fair student funding, which is a formula-driven funding to try and sort of level up schools that have large numbers of high-need students. The city council actually restored that. There were there was a significant savings from not hiring titles, not hiring new personnel in titles that were already represented in the absent teacher reserve, the ATR. There were some cuts to professional development contracts. There were some cuts to some of the equity and excellence programs. So there were a large number of cuts that were, sort of diverse, I guess, in their impact, and added up to that total about $400 million.
Okay, one follow-up. You mentioned that the city is part of its plan to deal with the gap is borrowing. I'm just wondering, what is the current ballpark debt service for New York City? And, when you say borrowing, does that include the issuing of debt, bonds, things of that nature? Because, this is an extraordinary time. And, there is a recovery, and we can all, one person's crystal ball is as good as the next. But, reasonably speaking, I understand the concerns about burdening future generations. At the same time, there is a crisis now. So I'm just wondering, what is the view from the administration on the debt stack, issuing of bonds, and other forms of debt? And I appreciate it.
Yep, I can't tell you what the I can tell you what the administration's view is, but the current debt service, that is the annual payment for bonds that were issued to finance the city's capital plan, is about $7 billion. And as I said, there's about $150 million a year again for another 3 years to pay back the bonds that were issued for operating purposes after 9/11. The mayor has asked for about $5 billion total in bonding authority, and that would result in debt service of about $300 million a year.
All right, thank you. Kit, I'm assuming this is going to be about the school budget too.
I'm kind of disappointed I'm so predictable. Also very much appreciate the presentation. Super bleak, but very informative. My question is about SCA and their budget. Around the world, countries that have relatively successfully reopened their schools or investing in facilities improvements, starting in the spring and through the summer. Things like HVAC systems, adding places for more students to be able to wash their hands. And now as we're trying to reopen schools, one of the big talking points, especially from principals, is that their HVAC systems either aren't where they need to be, or they can't even get information on what level of HVAC system they have. And so just curious if you can speak to what is happening with SCA's budget and what is likely to happen in the near-term future, because this is a very urgent issue with schools reopening with students very soon.
Yeah, so the SCA was not exempt from the shutdown of the capital program. Again, there were exceptions for COVID related, I'll come back to that, legal mandates, and so PCB removal, for example, program I think was continued, and health, life, and safety. As far as I know, there were no capital funds spent by the SCA on any building improvements directly intended to mitigate the likelihood of infection. So no changes to bathrooms, no changes to HVAC, no changes to water fountains, as far as I know at all.
All right, thank you. Alan, was yours SCA related as well? Alan, go
I'm
ahead.
going to follow up with something on
Okay.
SCA. also, if I may. Thank you, Preston. Just quickly, yes. Any of the funding affecting ongoing construction or reconstruction projects that were for the show? Are you?
I'm sorry, I was having
You're breaking up there, Alan. I don't know if it's your connection.
Maybe if
Can you
you
hear me?
type the question in the chat.
You're going in and out. Alan, would it be all right?
Hi. If you want to check it out. Chat.
All right. What I was going to say is, let's see if I can find it here. Has funding for school construction projects in progress been defunded?
I mean, they haven't been defunded. They've just been suspended, I think, for right now. And again, you know, there were certain exceptions, but other kind of routine capital projects were suspended. The appropriations are still there, but it's been the administration's decision to suspend capital spending that is considered discretionary.
Well, these are projects that have fencing around them and ongoing. So those projects are suspended and the funds are being used, you know, for another purpose within DOE.
They can't be used for another purpose if they've been appropriated for a specific project. But you know, there's frequently kind of big lump sum units, levels of, you know, budget lines, units of appropriation, in which a number of smaller projects can be done. So, but again, as far as I know, the main action has been to simply stop spending and not really to reallocate spending necessarily. I don't know all the details about how, you know, what about the SCA's capital spending, and we can certainly try and look and see if we can get more information about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I have to cut off the questions here now because we've got to keep moving. I know that Leslie had a question. If anyone else had questions for the Comptroller's office about the state of the budget, please forward it on to Jesse and we will forward it on and get you answers from the Comptroller's office. Thank you. Preston, we appreciate your time, and hopefully you'll be able to answer some additional questions by email for us.
Yep, absolutely. Happy to. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the agenda. We are going to move into the public session now. Jeffrey's not here, so Jessica's going to run the public session, but I'm going to introduce the first speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the Social Justice Working Group was formed back in June. There was an incident that took place on West 45th Street in early August that the Social Justice Working Group has drafted 2 letters about. They specifically asked for Mr. Derek Ingram to address us about what transpired on that day to him. So we extended an invitation to Mr. Ingram to speak. He has a prepared statement, which we are going to let him give in its entirety. And then we will move on to the rest of the public session in our normal order. So Jesse, if you could move Mr. Ingram over. And then
he is in the panelist section.
All right, Mr. Ingram, the floor is yours. Mr. Ingram, you with us?
Derek, you're on mute. You have to unmute yourself, Derek.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
there you are. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. My name is Derek Ingram. I'm a resident of Community Board 4, and I currently live in Hell's Kitchen. I'm here today to ask you to send a letter to the City Council and Speaker Corey Johnson to request that the Council's Committee on Oversight and Investigations launch an investigation of the NYPD and for budget transparency purposes for the NYPD concerning their actions and their attempted besiegement of my home on August 7th, 2020. I'm open to any questions or anything about my statement moving forward. The backgrounds of the events leading up on August 7th are critical. I've been a vocal advocate for ending police brutality against people of color since 2014, when I lived in Ferguson, Missouri, and became an active member of the Black Lives Matter movement. For the past 6 years, I've spent nights and weekends engaged in community organizing. Since moving to New York, I immediately became active in the struggle for racial justice. After the death of George Floyd, I helped co-found a nonprofit, and we just received our 501(c) status called Warriors in the Garden, a collective of activists in New York dedicated to nonviolent protests, propelling social and legislative change. Warriors in the Garden has been leading the charge to protect our community from police brutality and all forms of systemic oppression. The Warriors have led countless nonviolent protests after George Floyd's death, and our advocacy efforts were highlighted in the New York Times, The Gothamist, on CNN and The Guardian, NBC News, and countless other credible news outlets since June 2020. I believe that it is my work as an activist and my voice being amplified, and specifically as an advocate for the Black Lives Matter movement, that led the NYPD to target me with such ferocity last month. On Friday, August 7th, I was awoken at 7 a.m. to the police banging at my door. They claimed to have a warrant that I asked to be slid under my door that they never provided. For the next 5 hours, dozens of officers harassed, berated me, and terrorized me by taking over my street, barricading my neighbors in and out, and blocking off neighboring buildings, pointing guns at me through my window, demanding that I leave my home without cause or warrant and that I surrender myself. I heard dogs scratching at my door. There was a battering ram that left a huge dent within my door. They almost broke my lock. They brought drones, fire trucks, helicopters, emergency vehicles, and there was no warrant. They set up barriers, they shut down traffic, they removed protesters. I was filming the incident inside my apartment on Instagram Live. I garnered a lot of media coverage and viewership. Everyone from Sean King to Alicia Keys was watching. And people came out to stand in solidarity with me as the siege continued. The crowd grew. The police were unrelenting. While people were rallying below, I was on the phone with my attorney, who was trying to figure out what was going on. She sent legal observers and arranged my peaceful surrender. To say that I was terrified is an understatement. I was traumatized. I still am. 3 days later, I broke out in hives. I've had night terrors. I'm scared to be within my home. I'm scared to be within Hell's Kitchen. To say that I was terrified is inappropriate. I fear deep down in my core that if I opened my door to those officers, my life would be swiftly taken, like that of my friend Thaddeus McCarroll in 2015. When he was having a mental health crisis and someone called 911, they sent an army of officers instead of social services. Thanks to the support of my neighbors and community, my attorney, and other news media outlets, the NYPD eventually surrendered and left my home and building. I was able to peacefully surrender the following day. I marched to the precinct early in the morning with my fellow warriors and other community members, outraged at the police actions on August 7th. And it wasn't until I made it to the courthouse hours after the surrender that I even learned what I was allegedly accused of. Sadly, I'm not the only activist that has been targeted by the NYPD. They have a decades-long history of harassing and disappearing activists, unfortunately, without due process. They have paid millions of dollars in lawsuit settlements. Their actions have been covered by unions. And yet people like me, people of color, Black people who are fighting for racial injustice, continue to be targeted, arrested, and persecuted for demanding the right to not be killed by police because of the color of our skin. I'm scared now to walk the streets of Hell's Kitchen alone. Not only because of the police physical presence, but because of their utilization of facial recognition and abuse of power and digital harassment. Where does it end? I found out that they were posting pictures of me and posters of my face unknowingly all over their social media and within my neighborhood. What if a vigilante decided to do a citizen's arrest? This shouldn't happen in our neighborhood. This shouldn't happen in New York City. We need answers to find out who authorized the NYPD to come at me with full military force without a warrant and without telling me what I was accused of and lying to me about having a warrant. We need to know how much money they spent. Could that money have been spent on homeless people? Could that money have been spent on people that were going through drug abuse issues? Hell's Kitchen is riddled with needles, and you sent an army and a helicopter to a resident's home without a warrant? We need to know how much they spent on this endeavor. All this to strike fear in the hearts of activists and allies. This was a political statement by the police. Our law enforcement agency shouldn't be a political arm. We know that the facial recognition software was used, but how and why? Community Board 4 can be a partner in this work to hold the NYPD accountable for their actions on August 7th and stand up for the rights of your Black neighbors. I urge you to send your proposed letter to Speaker Johnson and the City Council. Thank you for listening and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram, for addressing us and accepting our invitation. We are going to move on now. The letters will be addressed. They are new business letters. They will be addressed during the business session. We're going to move now to our regular public session. As I mentioned, Jeffrey's not with us, so Jessica is going to, our second vice chair, Jessica Chade, is going to run the rest of the public session. Jessica.
Great, thank you, Lowell. We have 9 public people who have signed up for the public session today. I'm going to call you up now. Catherine Hedden, Michael Glasser, and Sean Ruskin. Jesse will unmute you. And just to remind everyone that you will have 2 minutes. I will be timing. Hopefully you can police yourselves as it is, but I will have it here available for us and remind you at the 15-second mark. Catherine?
Catherine does not seem to be on any longer. I have Michael Glasser and he's been moved over.
Great. And if we can just get Hassan Reda up and ready. Michael?
Thank you, and thank you for your time. My name is Mike Glazer. I'm a small business owner, condo board president for the Grand Chelsea on 17th and 8th, and a parent of children in school in the district. My kids happen to go to Corlears. It's a private school on 15th Street between 8th and 9th. It's no more than a couple of brownstones smushed together with a nice little courtyard in the back. It also happens to be one of the only schools that's offering full-time Monday through Friday classes opening in just a couple of weeks for all age levels that it services, 2 to 10. We are desperate, the parents, to keep this school open and operational, in-person learning. Part of that is going to be contingent on getting some street space, which I know the mayor is working on with public schools. I'm not exactly sure how it applies to private schools. I know that the school filled out their request form to DOT to get the street access. But I don't really have a request at this time. It's more of a informational, just to let you know what we're trying to accomplish, and perhaps in the near future, somebody from the school or parents from the school, obviously a lot of us live in the district, are going to need some help. You know, to be able to have lunch outside, to be able to offer more than just the 12 kids that can play in the courtyard at once would be obviously incredibly useful, especially as the weather stays nicer in the fall. And I know that the school is also trying to gain access to a couple of the small parks in the district. The one over on, excuse me, sorry?
Just 15 seconds.
15 seconds, yeah, sure. So that's really it. I don't have a specific request, just to let you know that this is what we're after. And hopefully you'll hear from me with pleasant news that we got it. And if not, hopefully the community board can help us out if we need it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Ruskin?
Yes, hi, good evening. I want to thank the community board for allowing me the opportunity. I'm going to try and speak quickly. I work for an organization called Village Care. We're a non-for-profit healthcare organization based out of not just the West Village, but throughout Manhattan and the other boroughs. We do have and we care for New York's frail and most vulnerable. Seniors, folks who are on Medicaid and require care. We have an assisted living residence called Village Care at 46th and 10th. It is just that on 46th Street and 10th Avenue. It's been there since 2001. Earlier, someone spoke about affordable housing. It's for folks who have Medicaid, who require some level of care and are over 62. And we just wanted to present ourselves to the community because we do have vacancies available and we know that there are folks in need. And again, it's called Village Care at 46th and 10th. It's a great, beautiful facility for individuals who either need assisted living, and we even have private pay independent living as well.
Great, thank you. I understand that Hassan is not on, so we're going to move to Brian Weber, and then we're going to go to Lisa Wager and Sandra Hollingsworth.
Hi, thank you. Many of you know me. I've spoken frequently with you. I'm a resident of West 36th Street. I'm also a public member on the Land Use and Zoning Committee in Chelsea Hell's Kitchen, Clinton Hell's Kitchen. I'm calling in regards to the temporary shelter situation on West 36th and 37th Street. I spoke about it last month. I'm hoping I don't have to come back and speak about it again this month, but we've seen little to no change or progress in the situation in the West 30s. And just for quick background, you've heard it all before. DHS has moved 3 temporary shelters into 3 separate hotels operated by 3 separate providers with a total of 820 single adult individuals, which is approximately 6% of the single adult shelter population that was relocated from congregate settings into hotel settings. The density is far too great, and we are experiencing nothing but turmoil and chaos in the West 30s since the arrival of the shelters. And I've been pressing our elected officials and anyone who will listen to me to advocate for relocating at least one of the shelters and reducing the density of the shelter population in the West 30s. Officer Coleman spoke about it very briefly, but we've had 2 deaths on our streets in the last 2 weeks. One was violent homicide in Officer Coleman's district. The other was an unfortunate overdose on the sidewalk. I believe it was 9th Avenue and 38th or 39th.
Ryan, you have 15 seconds.
Okay. Well, what I'm just asking is we need Corey Johnson to advocate on behalf of the residents to reduce the density of the homeless population in our neighborhood. At the height of the pandemic, he advocated for moving the adult population into hotels, but I'm sure he wasn't advocating to move 3 hotels onto 1 street at such great density. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa? Do we have Lisa Wager from FIT?
Lisa, you need to unmute if you'd like to speak.
Jesse, can you see her, or should we move to Sandra while she works out her technical?
Hi.
Okay.
Start again.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa. You have 2 minutes.
It's great to be back at CB4. I even see you, even if it's only virtually. I have 3 things to talk about. I'm going to talk super fast. As you know, educational institutions around the country are grappling with starting the new fall semester. We're the same. Our Restart Fall 2020 plan incorporates significant health and safety protocols, and of course all SUNY campuses are going to be responsive to whatever changes happen in the environment. But here's what we're doing. Classes began on Monday and they're continuing through Wednesday, December 23rd. All classes except for a couple of graduate level courses are being conducted remotely. Students do have limited access to labs and studios with the supervision of trained personnel through a reservation system and following health and safety protocols for social distancing, etc. As of November 24th, all classes and coursework will be fully remote. There'll be no students living on West 27th Street in those residence halls this semester, and Kaufman Hall, which is in CB4 on 31st Street, has a limited number of students. And the dining hall in the Dubinsky Center on 8th Avenue is open for those resident students for takeout food, no indoor dining. We're maintaining a full complement of public safety officers on the campus, and buildings and ground staff is continuing to maintain and oversee the campus environment so it's safe and pretty. And the full fall restart plan is on the FIT website, which I gave Jesse if he feels like sending it to you. And you can also see our fall public programming. 3 students from our new subject, FIT's fashion design class that graduated in the spring redesigned the Girl Scouts uniform and apparel line. This is super cool. There are 18 new interchangeable pieces for girls grades through 6. It got lots of coverage. I sent you an article, and I have a lot more to say, but I don't get to say it because I have 8 seconds.
Lisa.
Oh, wow. Okay. And one of our alum illustrated, I have many more exciting details, but I'm just hitting the headlines. One of our alum illustrated LeBron James's New York Times best-selling children's book, I Promise. She's an illustration alum from OH. She grew up in Queens, and she says she basically just drew her childhood for this book. And I also sent Jesse a link to that article. So if you want to know more about it, it's all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. We're going to move on. We have Sandra Hollingsworth, and then it's going to be Pam Wolf and Susan Numeroff.
Hi, this is Sandra. Can you
Hi, Sandra, go ahead. Yep, we
can
can
hear
hear
me.
you.
You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Sandra Hollingsworth, and I'm a registered nurse, and I'm from Biscuit, New York. And I'm also just reiterating regarding 46 and 10, our assisted living facility that's in New York City. It's a fabulous, beautiful community assisted living where the seniors of 62 years and older can attend. We are located in the heart of Manhattan, there by Restaurant Row. They're near Times Square. It's beautiful location. And we are the most affordable senior living facility, the most affordable, the cheapest of all. Now you can, if you need to contact me, I can be reached at 646-634-3102. That's 646-634-3102. Or you may call the facility if you know of anybody who would like to come there and see and have a tour, or we can do virtual tours for you. Telephone number is 212-977-4600. That's 212-977-4600. Hopefully that will be interested in coming to see our beautiful facility, because we're in the heart of the community, and the patients and they will benefit from that beautiful facility. For those folks who would like to live there, it's an assisted living that I would recommend to anyone 62 and over to come and live there and have a wonderful life of wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Pam?
Yeah, hi. So thank you for letting me into the meeting. I did have a question I wanted to pose to Captain Coleman that has to do with the link NYC Towers on 8th Avenue between 20th and 22nd Streets, combined with the sidewalk shed that is up in front of 205, 207 8th Avenue. The situation has become much more dire in recent times. And I wanted to ask if there was a way to have more police presence to focus on that section of 8th Avenue, while we wait for the process to get rid of the sidewalk shed, which is the major attractive nuisance there. That was my question for him. Thanks.
Pamela, I let Brian Lewis know from Gail's office, and we will be following up on that as I promised you.
I did hear from Brian during this meeting, and I did see Gail's letter, and I'm very grateful for her support in this, and I hope it continues.
All right, thank you, Pamela.
Great, thank you. I just want to confirm that we still don't have Catherine or Hassan. Okay, then that concludes our public.
I'm sorry, Jessica, looks like Hassan is back on, so.
Okay. Hassan, are you with us?
Give him 1 second, he's just shifting over to panel.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Hassan, are you with us? Okay. Where'd you go? Looks like Hassan is not with us now. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. But he was there a second ago. So.
Well, I'm afraid that concludes our public session then, and we will meet with Hassan, hear his feedback, hopefully at another time. Thank you, everyone. Lowell?
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate you stepping up on such short notice. All right, so a couple of procedural things. We have to adopt the agenda that we're already halfway through. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
This is Dolores. I have a motion to amend the agenda.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Dolores, go ahead.
It's okay. I'd like to make a motion to table the 2 letters from the Social Justice Task Force because we have not had any public discussion on that. And even though the committees and the community board has an opportunity to speak tonight, we have not had an opportunity for the broader public to speak to these 2 issues that we're writing on.
I second that.
Okay, we need a roll call on that then. On whether or not the motion is to amend the agenda. Let me just do this. Let's just make sure I'm doing this right. Are there any other motions to amend the agenda? Okay.
No, but I have a question.
All right, hang on a second. Michael, was that you?
It was.
All right, I'm not ready for the roll call yet. Maria, you said you have a question. I thought it sounded like your voice.
Yeah, it was my voice for, I guess, you and Dolores. So if we bring up the letter tonight and we talk about it, that doesn't, I guess for Dolores, I guess that doesn't count as having a discussion about it and then being able to.
My motion is because there hasn't been public discourse. We are the community board, and yes, we'll have an opportunity to speak about it, but the broader public has not had an opportunity to weigh in. And we did get to hear from Mr. Ingram tonight, but that's the only person from the public that has spoken to either of these issues. So that's my concern. It's more about process than the actual content.
Oh, because the public can't speak about it right now. That's right.
Right, but the letters were, all right, I'm just gonna, a couple of points here just so everyone is on the same page here. The letters were issued last Friday. They were available to the public and the sign up was available for anyone who wanted to speak. That's the first point. Second point, and this is a parliamentary question that I don't know the answer to, and I'll take parliamentary advice from anyone. These are technically new business items, so I'm not even sure they've been added to the agenda as yet. So can we amend an agenda that they're not been added to? It's a straight parliamentary question that I honestly do not know the answer to.
I have a point of information, Lowell.
Go ahead.
So the Social Justice Committee, did they have a public meeting about these letters?
No, they did not.
So I think we have an issue that's a broader one, and that is our meetings have to be public.
They are a working group, Joe. They are not a committee, so they don't have to be public. They are going to be reorganized, so their meetings will be public. But at the time, they were organized as a working group in June. They reported out in July. We do not meet in August, as everyone knows, so there was no anticipation that something would need to be done in August. Then this incident happened on August 7th, and the group, by email, decided to submit these letters. I agreed to take them as new business because they would be available for public discussion and they would be available for board discussion. I'm not saying we have to vote on them. I'm just trying to manage the meeting right now. I'm not giving an opinion one way or the other. But from a parliamentary question, I'm not even sure they are technically part of the agenda until they are introduced as new business when we get to the new business section.
They're list. I can step in here a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, again, I am not the expert here, but you are about to adopt an agenda with them listed, and so that would make them on the agenda.
Okay, so then what? Kit, go ahead.
Yeah, another question for Dolores, and then potentially an amendment to the amendment. Dolores, I'm curious about the implications of your amendment. Would it send this back to the working group to hold a public meeting, perhaps a hearing, and then that's the setting where this will be discussed and come back? Would it go to a specific committee? I'm just curious about the next step of your motion.
Yeah, ideally it would go to committee, but they're not assigned to a committee. My motion is simply because there has not been public discourse. I was considering also your ACES letter to go ahead and take that off the agenda because there hasn't been public discourse there either. You didn't have a meeting. That seemed to have had enough public input and history that I'm not making a motion on that. It's mainly because we do not have any public input. The working group is not open to the public. And these may be reflecting views of ourselves on the board, and there is no evidence that it reflects the broader public, and I'm concerned about that.
Well, just an amendment suggestion to the amendment, let me know if you are comfortable with this, would be the working group will have a public meeting where there's an opportunity for the public to comment on the letters.
That's my hope, but this motion is strictly on the agenda. The motion is to not have these letters on the agenda.
Maybe this is not a parliamentary question on my end, but am I able to suggest that as part of this, we'll have a meeting?
Kit, I don't think that's actually procedurally okay, since it's just a motion on the agenda, but I will state to you and I will state to the whole board that if Dolores's motion passes and this is taken off the agenda, I will ask the working group to hold a public meeting to continue with this process.
Lowell, could I weigh in first?
JD, please.
Yeah, this is, I want to echo Joe's comment about there was no committee, so no public meeting. A working group is even less a formal body to have a public meeting. I'm not aware of a working group actually having public meetings when they are not a designated community committee. So I think we need to be very careful. I like the idea of them working with ACES. That's a committee, and this is a concern. Maybe they can work through the ACES committee.
JD, we can designate them as a task force as opposed to a working group. A task force. No, a task force is public meetings. Like our budget task force is a task force that has open public meetings and presents things to the full board for consideration. So if we reconstitute the working group as a task force, then they can hold a public meeting and do this without it having to go through an organized committee.
Hello?
Bert, go ahead. I'll get back to you in a minute.
I just have a content question. It's been going back in the chat. Is this time sensitive? Is it not time sensitive? My question is, and maybe one of the city council reps can answer it, has the city council dealt with this, or is it about to deal with this? Is there a resolution in the city council right now? I think that's an important piece for me to know.
Carl, are you with us? Can you answer that for Bert? Oh, I've just been advised that Councilmember Rosenthal is on. Helen Rosenthal, are you with us still? All right. I'll take it from either Carl Wilson or Helen Rosenthal if anyone can answer Bert's question. All right, Joe Restuccia, you were next, and then Christine.
Olivier.
Yeah, I've led both working groups and task forces, and they've all been public. So I think we should get away from the language. The board can have a committee, a task force, or working group, All our actions need to be public. And forget the substance of this matter, which is a really serious one. I think it's important, considering how important it is, that it be debated in a public, albeit weird Zoom fashion. So is there any issue with just referring this back to the working group? I would like to make a substitute motion to refer it back to the working group and hold a public meeting on it. Because I think we're going to take a position, but it should be aired fully publicly.
Okay, Christine. You're on mute, my friend.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest that maybe what we have done in other situations is let those letters to be on the agenda. And when we get to the discussion and we have a discussion, which is a public discussion, the conclusion of that discussion could be it needs to go back to the committee or to whatever it is that is not a committee right now. But so my recommendation would be to let it on the agenda and have the discussion, and potentially at the end of that decide to go back to some other process that is more appropriate. But I think, you know, removing it from the agenda up front is not necessarily appropriate, because we are not hearing the input from the community board, from all the members, and that input could be very valuable, even if it goes back to a committee.
Yeah. In all honesty, that was the thought of the chair in adding these to the agenda at this time, that we would have an opportunity, that they would be available to the public, that we would have an opportunity to discuss it as a board. And there is always the possibility, as we've done before, to vote to remand something back without sending a letter out. So that was the thought in including it to the agenda tonight. So thank you, Christine. I'm going to take two more comments. I'm going to give Viren and Katie, the co-chairs of the Social Justice Working Group, an opportunity to weigh in here. And then we will analyze what is actually on the table for an amendment and vote on it.
Very quickly, just a couple of things. I mean, everybody knows that we were not meeting during the month of August. This happened in the first week of August. It's a time-sensitive matter. Issues were raised by social justice group members and the community board members, as well as the folks in the community. So there was a response that was called for, and it was communicated via email, first amongst Katie and I, and the chair, and Jesse, and some of the social justice group members who had sort of initially raised this issue. So the conversation became sort of more critical, especially sort of recognizing what had already happened, what transpired, and some action had to be taken. So the intent, as Lowell and Christine both explained, for these letters to be on the agenda is to have community board's input. And we totally recognize that Social Justice Working Group is not a committee, and we were told that we could not have public sessions.
And this is Katie. Thanks, Baron. I agree with what you just said. And I'm concerned by the proposal to remove these from the agenda. I mean, obviously I'm quite new to the community board, only having been on it a few months, but my impression is that there is a history of when issues come up, that even if they're not discussed in a committee, there is a history of proposing letters at the full community board to be discussed when they are time sensitive. And especially it just strikes me as just procedurally strange to be not discussing these two letters this evening in the same way that we've discussed other letters in the past, and especially if we're leaving the ACES letters on that also came up without having been discussed in committee, but taking these off, it seems not correct.
Okay, Carl I've been texting with Carl. He is not aware of anything pending in the council right now to answer Bert's question, but he's checking and will get back to us. Hang on, no, that's Jesse writing, not Carl writing. Dolores, I'm coming back to you. You made the initial motion. Would you like to restate what it is you are asking for now in terms of your motion based upon anything that you've heard?
Yeah, my motion, I will amend to add both Kit originally mentioning and Joe clarifying to send back to the working group to have a public discussion.
All right, so the motion is to remove these two letters from the agenda and have them referred back to the working group and ask the working group to hold a public session. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Michael. We need a roll call on this. Michael, and I haven't even gotten to this yet, but we have a new co-secretary. Maria, due to work issues, had to step down as co-secretary. She is still co-chair of Housing, Health, and Human Services. Ladies and gentlemen, Leslie Bogosian Murphy, our new co-secretary, and Michael Noble will run this roll call.
Okay. First.
All right, now let's just make sure. A yes is in favor of Dolores's motion to refer this back. A no is to leave it on the agenda.
Right. Leslie, you're gonna have to make 2 copies of this to fill up tonight. Anyway, let's start with Sarah Appleton.
No, leave on agenda.
Christine.
No.
Gwen Billig. Missing in action again. I'll come back to Gwen.
One second, just Mike, just take a second. Gwen, if you're on by phone, can you press *6 to unmute yourself or *9 to raise your blue hand and we'll find you?
I have a question in the meantime, Lowell, because I'm up next to vote.
Unless it's a procedural question about the roll call, we can't take it, Leslie, because we've started voting.
Okay, Mike, go on.
All right.
Okay, skipping Gwen for the moment. Leslie.
No, this has to go to the public.
Wait a minute. No, this has.
I'm sorry. Yes, for Dolores. Yes. My
If that was what you were going to, if that's what you were going to ask, I'm sorry I didn't let you ask it. All right, Michael, we're back to you after Leslie.
Okay. All right, now Viren.
No.
Patricia Carnavale.
No.
Jessica Chait.
Yes.
Dale Corvino. Dale, you with us?
I think Dale logged off.
I think. Judith Dayhill.
No.
Martin Ducat. Are you here, Martin?
Having trouble finding the mute button. No.
Paul Devlin.
No.
Tina.
No.
Pete Diaz. Pete, are you there? I think Pete's on the phone, is he?
Pete, if you can hear us, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself or *9, we'll raise your hand and we'll find you.
All right, we'll come back to him.
Yeah, Brett Pfeffer.
Yes.
Elzora.
Yes.
Wendy Gonzalez.
No.
Was that you, Elzora?
Elzora said
yes.
Elzora said yes. Wendy said no.
Okay. David Holoka.
No.
Frank. You with us, Frank?
Frank's not here tonight.
Okay. Josephine.
No.
Carrie Keenan.
No.
Blake.
No.
Bert.
No.
Christopher LeBron. Christopher, you there?
Chris does not appear to be logged in.
Okay. Jeffrey.
Not here.
Betty.
Yes.
Morgan. Morgan McLean.
Yes.
Sarah Mills.
Yes.
Raksha.
Yes.
Myself, yes. JD,
Yes.
Maria Ortiz,
No.
Alan Oster.
No.
Alan Oster?
No.
Okay. Brad Pascarella,
Brad is
here.
not going to be with us.
is that there? Rhonda Patillo. Is Rhonda in tonight?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Not here.
Twee,
No.
Joe Restuccia,
Yes.
Sabrina,
No.
Dolores,
Yes.
Brian Sokow,
No.
David Solnick,
No.
Katie Stokes,
No.
Kit Tullerson,
Yes.
Martin Treat, Marty.
Saw him
Hello?
earlier.
I saw him.
I saw him too.
Just has to raise his hand, I guess. You let me know if he did.
He's not on right now for some reason.
No, he's not on. He was earlier.
Okay, Hector Vasquez,
Yes.
Rob Walker,
No.
James Wallace,
Yes.
David Warren,
Nay.
Leslie Williams,
No.
Colin Wright.
No.
Is Gwen Billig back yet? Lowell Kern.
No.
Did I miss someone?
10, 20.
Pete Diaz?
Pete, are you back, Pete?
Lowell, there's 26 no's.
26 no's and 15 yeses. Is that right, Leslie?
26.
Where's Dale?
I have 27 and 15.
Yes, and 15 yeses. That's what I
Okay, so the motion fails. The items stay on the agenda. Can we do a show of hands to adopt the agenda now, since this motion has failed? All those in favor of adopting the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
All right, thank you. Anyone opposed, say nay. All right, the agenda is adopted. Minutes from last month. Does anyone have any comments on the minutes from last month?
I do.
Go ahead, Katie.
This is just, let me find it. Under one of the names, under Lisa Wager, it says noted the twice in the third sentence. Just the words noted the need to be removed.
Very good. I love that. Someone's reading the minutes. I got to note that. So that's under Lisa, right? Okay, we'll change that. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I mean, really, you don't know what this means to me. And Leslie as well. And all co-secretaries in the past, I'm sure they're loving it.
I'm here for you.
Great.
Lowell, can I just interject? There's a phone number on our list here that ends with 123. Can you unmute yourself or speak and let's confirm who you are? (917) and ends with 123.
We've seen that one before. It may be Gwen.
You have the *6 to unmute. Okay.
Okay.
Can I add one more thing, Lowell, for a second, please?
Yes.
Before, and this relates to when we adopt the whole ball of wax at the end, okay? People should remember that they've got to fill out their online vote sheet and submit it, okay? Because we chased people for 3 days last time. So don't forget, submit that tonight.
Okay.
And you got to vote the same way in writing as you did by voice.
Okay. So are there any other amendments to the minutes from last month aside from what Katie caught? I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes then.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, so the minutes are now adopted. We are going to go next to Brian Lewis for the Borough President's report.
I'm going to defer to our Borough President, who is here.
Oh, I did not realize she was here.
Yes, she needs to be moved over to the panelist list. But
Doing
she is
so
here.
now. Thank you, Brian, for letting me know.
Sorry about that, Gail. Welcome.
Give me
Thank
one
you, Brian, for keeping me honest.
He's moving over now.
Of course, that's what I'm here for.
Ladies and gentlemen, Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will be quick because I love listening. I'm not going to talk about the hotels and shelters, except to say we're working on a letter between you and Board 7 and Board 10 and Board 11. Yeah, oh my God, it's like full time. So I think we obviously need a longer discussion with all of the boards, but congratulations on what you're doing, and we'll just keep working on it together. Second issue is we did a small business call. I want to thank again people from Board 4, and also from the community. We went from 52nd to 49th Street, you know, handing out the usual PPE. But basically, the main complaint, to be honest with you, is obviously the rent. You're going to hear that, but it is, and the lack of indoor dining. I am on the governor's task force. You don't get a lot of information in terms of opening in general, but I do think it's going to come up very soon. I heard the mayor was talking about it today. A lot of the restaurants at Board 4 have put in brand new filtration systems. They've been scrubbing. They have figured out how to have distancing, etc. So you have a ton of indoor restaurants that don't have the opportunity to do outdoor. So I do think it's something that is going to be coming up soon. I don't need to talk about the census a lot, except to say 3 things. We did get funding from the governor very late, but we were the first board president to get it out to nonprofits. I think about 20 or 25 of them. And they are now in the field supplementing what is going door to door. It's still hard, no question. Second, we sent 2 postcards out from our office, 140,000 each. One was about a month ago, one more recently, to those areas and census tracts that are underperforming. And number 3, we got the list from the Board of Elections as to who has moved and where they have gone temporarily. 35,000 Manhattanites. I think it's a much larger city number, but after scrubbing the list, it's about 35,000. And now we're going to send them a letter saying, we love you very much, person who is temporarily elsewhere, but you need to fill out the census with your New York City address and not wherever you are temporarily. Even if we do it, that's okay. Please do that. So we're working on that. Obviously, we don't have much time left. In terms of the schools, it's an ongoing issue. We know, of course, that there's a different date, September 21, in terms of the opening, but there are lots of other issues. Number 1, when we met this morning, some of you may have been on the call with the issue of executive superintendent. There were lots of issues that came up, but even just the devices is an issue. The DOE only has 20,000 left, and many more young people are going to need them. There's all the broadband issues, etc. And then the one that's upsetting me and all city council members and the borough presidents is we allocated around, just us, around $12 million to school a year ago, not even the recent budget, a year ago, and the DOE has not spent it and will not spend it. And in the answer in the Post article, they said DOE, oh, we have enough HVAC, they're all fine. All the bathrooms are fine. All the technology is fine. All the water fountains are fine. We don't need your money. Well, that's not correct. So I don't know how that's going to end up, but I am very frustrated with DOE, to put it mildly. I do think that outdoor, we just sent the list of the outdoor possibilities in terms of streets, and a lot of schools in District 4 do want outdoor. It may or may not work. It's very noisy. I even suggested to DOE today that they talk to the ambulance, the EMS, fire department, and police department that this is a different time, and if kids are going to learn and learning outdoors, those ambulances and sirens, they can be very loud. So you combine that with the challenges of motorcycles, etc., you do end up with a loud street noise. So is that going to work? I don't know. We also sent a letter today, you'll see it soon. Some of the police departments, they should, I think, perhaps have barricades around their building, but to close off a street is quite challenging for the residents, and that has a message that I think is incorrect. So we're asking the police department to review closing off streets. We don't think it's necessary. We'll see what kind of response we get. We also walked the bottom of Broadway to the top of Broadway on store vacancies, and we released that out today. I don't know that we can do a lot about that. We all know the issues, but by the end of this year, even pre-COVID, we're supposed to have the data as to how many vacancies there are storefronts in the city of New York. And we just want to remind everybody about this challenge. The nonprofit community does so much work and is so underpaid for it. So we got all 5 borough presidents to sign a letter. If you're in a nonprofit, you know the term indirect rate cost initiative. That's the issue basically of getting not the full payment for the work that you're doing from a city or state contract. State has the same problem. And the poor the nonprofits are really under the gun in terms of having to just take it and deal with it, and they really cannot. I want to thank everybody who knew about, participated. Please go see the Monumental Women statue in Central Park. I'm not proud of a whole lot that I do in my life, but 7 years we worked on this. I was one of the ones that really got this statue off the drawing board with parks and other city agencies. It is stunning, and nobody can say anything but great things about it in terms of the work that the sculptor did, and it has educational component and so on. You'll love it. We've been trying to work with the holidays coming up, the Jewish holidays coming up, to get some of the open space that is available to be available for some of the synagogues and the congregations. We haven't got an answer yet from DOT, but if you have any synagogues that have that, let us know. JCRC is working with us. I do want to thank the city, the work that the nightlife commissioner has been doing, the men mediating established and neighborhood disputes. We'll see if it works, but at least she's trying. Ariel's trying to find a way that neighbors and bars can work together. So those are some of the things. We're still working on the issue of affordable housing, talking to different people like Board 4 who know everything about affordable housing, but the rest of the world doesn't. And so we're trying to put together, if not for the immediate, but for the future, what a real affordable housing program would look like, because I don't think we have one right now. Thank you very much. And thank you, Brian, for all the work you do, but thank you, the entire Community Board number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail, and we really appreciate the efforts on the 36th Street situation. I know how hard your office is working on that. I'm going to go to our elected officials now. It appears that Representative Carolyn Maloney is still on the line. Representative Maloney, are you still with us?
I am sorry to disappoint. It is not Carolyn. She was at another event. I'm Betsy.
Okay. Hi, Betsy.
If
Sorry
you want to
about
do me
that.
last, because I know you have other electeds you're welcome to. I know Taylor's your normal person. She's at the event with the Congresswoman. So it's me. If you want me to go now, I can. Or if you
as long as you keep it short, you can go right now.
All right. What we have. So mostly what the Congresswoman has been doing is working to save the post office. We held a hearing. I'm opening my notes on August 24th with Postmaster DeJoy about the slowdown that's been going on with the Postal Service. He's refused to turn over documents, so today we sent him a subpoena. The other big thing, like Borough President Brewer mentioned, is the census. They were at a census event, and it ends September 30th. So again, we're just encouraging people to fill out your census. I can drop the link into the chat in just a second. Yeah, she was at a press conference earlier this evening talking about that and how important it is. I think you all know that, so I won't, spend too much time on that. The bill that Congress came back to pass on August 22nd, passed the House, was in fact Congresswoman Maloney's bill. It's called the Delivering for America's Act. It would put the post office back to the level it was at in January of 2020. We think this is needed. Of course, we're waiting on the Senate for that one. We've also introduced the Nonpartisan Postmaster General Act to prevent what we're currently dealing with. what else? We've launched a committee chairs who are asking the Department of Defense Inspector General to launch an investigation based on a new complaint against Army Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and his twin brother. These from the, anyway, it's just a lot of things. Taylor wrote me a lot of notes. Mostly, you know, we're going to keep trying to do everything that we can to support the post office, to make sure that elections balloting goes smoothly in November, that make sure people get their medications, and to make sure that New York is fully counted in the census. If you need anything, I can also put our email in the chat box as well. We handle a lot of, you know, any federal issues. Reach out to us and we are happy to do what we can.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go next to State Senator Brad Hoylman, who I believe is logged on in person. And if I'm wrong, we'll move on.
I'm here in person.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. I think it's very helpful to make us, not make us, but to give us the privilege of listening to the public, as you did before our reports. I think that's really wise. And I wanted to thank everyone who spoke. In particular, I know Maya Burlow's on the line, who everyone knows here. You know, we were really moved by Derek Ingram's testimony tonight, but also by what he's told us personally and what we've learned from neighbors about that incident on West 45th Street last month. We, you know, as Derek said, I mean, to talk about excessive force without a warrant. You know, I was, as that happened in real time, I Googled the ACLU Know Your Rights page, and they have a booklet, and Derek, his response was straight out of that book. I'm not sure if he read it or he has knowledge independently or from some other source, but I thought it was actually really inspiring that one of our constituents knows not to open a door when somebody's banging on it without a warrant, and to slip a note underneath that door and request that warrant. I've sent a letter, and I know the borough president has as well, to the NYPD commissioner asking for a full accounting of the events, including questions like Derek raised about the cost, the process of approvals, involved officers, and the use of facial recognition. I carry a bill in Albany that Maya helped us write, which would ban facial recognition by use of the NYPD until there's a task force set up to understand where that data goes, how it's used, is there any accounting on it. We think it's really out of control here in the city, and we don't believe the NYPD is the right source to oversee it. But the letter's on the board report. Secondly, very quickly, I held a press conference at Farley with our great colleague, Assemblymember Gottfried, and the borough president, and council members Carlina Rivera and Keith Powers, about the need for ballot drop boxes in the state of New York. 33 states in the District of Columbia have an alternative to us by voting by mail through the U.S. Post Office or having to go to a polling site and drop off our ballots. As the borough president said at the press conference, which I think is really wise, it's a low-tech solution to a complex problem, which is we could establish drop boxes across the state of New York at some expense, but the cost of not doing so, given the fact that the post office is being underfunded and undermined by this federal administration, is so enormous. So we're pushing for that. We had a prototype ballot drop box at our event, and I appreciate the support of League of Women Voters, Empire, and Indivisible, and other organizations like Downtown Women for Change. Wanted to give a huge thank you to CB4's Leslie Murphy and Josephine Ishman for the project that they created to get student teachers from nearby universities to provide live distance learning to our elementary schools in District 2. This is going to be an incredible asset as we engage in remote learning. So it's a big credit to CB4 for taking the lead on this, and I just really wanted to give you a shout out on that. We're very happy to provide any support we could. Also wanted to note that there's clearly an issue with small businesses and their rent that's due. I've been getting a lot of calls from, in particular, tenants in Grand Central Station, just so you know. I know it's not your district, but the MTA, I believe, has to set a better standard in negotiating with the businesses in Grand Central. It's the front door to New York City in many respects, and they need to cut these small businesses a break, whether it's a complete, rent forbearance or abatement. They haven't been negotiating, I think, fairly with these small businesses, but this is a problem that you're seeing across the entire city. Landlords that aren't negotiating, and I have legislation that I carry with Assemblymember Harvey Epstein, which you can read about in the board report to address this very problem. And then finally, wanted to say that I'm having a mammogram van coming up in the neighborhood. Fill out your census. Continue to work with volunteers, with Councilmember Johnson and other local elected officials, and make sure you request your absentee ballot. You can do that right now. Thanks so much, Lowell.
Thank you, Brad. I believe Councilmember Helen Rosenthal is still with us. Councilmember Rosenthal?
Hey, great to see you, Lowell. Great to hear your meeting. This was really a great session. It's great to see everyone. Thank you all for the work that you do on behalf of the community. I have 5 quick updates. First, for those who are following the temporary hotel shelter issue, I think things are settling down on the Upper West Side with the 3 shelters that we have in my district. I think both the NYPD and the shelter providers are doing a great job doing their jobs. So the clients are getting very good services. I did a tour today where a client was telling me, interestingly, that being in the hotel, he's able to recover faster, that he has more, quiet time where he's studying for his GED, and he can really do the work of getting his act together. So I was really pleased to see that, pleased to tour. I'm glad to know the shelter providers are doing good work. I will say, and I think Gail touched on this in terms of the indirect rate, for those of you who know about the fight we had over the last 2 years about getting more funds to social service providers. We had a great success last year. And then in this budget, the administration actually misled the city council and said to us that there would be no cuts to the indirect rate, something that we fought so hard for. And now it comes out they're actually making cuts to it, which is very disheartening. Corey and I have talked about it. I think we would have fought to get funding for that cut had we known it was a cut. And sort of tangential to that, I think, there are a number of things where the city went way too far in terms of budget cuts, whether it be cuts to social service providers or cuts to litter basket pickup. I think there are hundreds of millions of dollars where the city cut way too deep. And it was one of the reasons that I voted against the budget. So a number of us are starting a list of things that we think should be sort of refunded. And I'm very proud to be the prime sponsor on the resolution to support borrowing. And I think that's something the state should allow the city to do. I think that our city cuts, our cuts have already gone too deep. I wouldn't recommend any more than what we've already done. And we're in the situation we're in. People need to remember that back in February, the city had gotten the highest bond rating ever. And so, you know, the city was doing something right before COVID hit. I wanted to let people know I'll be sending out an email tomorrow actually about for parents who can afford to not have their pandemic EBT card. They're asking our office what to do with that. We're encouraging people to go to the website. It's sharemypebt.com. And they have great suggestions for what you can do with your EBT card. I have 2 upcoming votes that are very challenging and would welcome feedback from all of you. You can email me at helen@helenrosenthal.com. We have the vote on tweaking the chokehold bill and the vote on Industry City. I am leaning to a no on both of those issues, but I welcome feedback from the community to hear your input on this, and I'm actively investigating and questioning people, why should I vote yes? So I welcome your feedback about that. And lastly, our office is working, as you know, full-time remotely. We're helping people get food through the Get Food program. So many people are getting eviction notices. Our office is working very hard to try to help people stave that off. We're working very hard, albeit remotely. Anyone should feel free to reach out to our office. I encourage you to sign up to get our emails at helen@helenrosenthal.com. And lastly, census. I encourage everyone to call 3 people you know and ask them if they filled out their census form. You know, we're so far behind where we were 10 years ago. And this is the, you know, the definition of the most important thing you could do, which is fill out your census form. It's billions of dollars. It's a couple of congressional seats. So thank you very much. Thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Ellen. I'm going to go next. I think next up is Emily Bartosik from Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal's office. Emily.
Hi, thank you. This is Emily Bartosik from Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal's office. I will start by saying our office has been hearing from constituents about all of the same issues that the other elected officials have just touched on. Many parents reaching out with concerns about back to school, constituents who are still looking for help getting access to food. Hundreds of unemployment cases are still coming in every week. People trying to access their benefits and back payments. And so all of that work is still ongoing. One community issue that people reached out, we had hundreds of parents and grandparents in the community contact us about the announcement that the Department of Parks and Recreation would not be issuing permits for their youth athletic activities for the fall. We spoke with many parents. We wrote a letter to Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, and that decision has since been turned back, and they will be issuing permits for activities starting mid-September for youth athletic teams, including soccer and baseball and other minimal contact sports. We have a couple events coming up. The Assemblymember is hosting a census phone bank event with the city. It's going to be on Monday, September 14th in the afternoon. We'll be sending out an email with more information. If anybody wants to volunteer, you can contact my office. It was very successful last time. And we're just trying to continue getting those census numbers higher for the reporting. We are doing a virtual blood drive this month with the New York's Blood Center. Their blood supply is down about 75% because of the events they typically hold at schools, businesses, and other in-person mobile drives are not currently happening due to COVID. So we are asking people to go online and try to find their nearest center so that they can donate blood if they are able to. They're opening up more of their centers as things are getting a little bit better in the city with COVID, and it's all over New York State. So even if you are quarantining with family in another part of the state, you can still find a nearby center. And then we are also going to be doing an event with the Food Bank of New York City on September 24th. And that's going to be at Lincoln Center, but anybody can come. They'll be giving out pantry boxes of food. And Assemblymember Rosenthal will be distributing hand sanitizer and masks and other PPE supplies on site that day. So if anybody has any questions, I will put my information in the chat again here. And please feel free to reach out to me for anything.
Thank you, Emily. I do not believe we have representatives with us tonight from either State Senator Liz Krueger, District Attorney Cyrus Vance, or Public Advocate Giovanni Williams. Am I correct? If you're here from one of those offices, would you please let us know? Our electeds who are not speaking tonight, but our ubiquitous representatives, Carl Wilson from Corey Johnson's office, Matt Ty from Dick Godfrey's office are with us as always. And you heard from Luke Wolf from Comptroller Stringer's office earlier. That concludes the elected officials' reports. I am now going to go to the single most important person in the whole wide world, my district manager, Jesse Bodine.
Evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Lowell. I'll let your kids know about that. Very quickly, I'll be very quick because I know we've been here for quite a long time, so I'll skip through most of this. You know what we're working on in terms of public safety and street issues regarding the temporary homeless shelters, the chronic homeless on the street, the encampments. We're working with multiple agencies, multiple elected officials, multiple nonprofits on a number of different initiatives. So that's all happening. I'm also working hand in hand with our local superintendent about illegal dumping. We all know that there's a huge cost to sanitation, and so we are trying to mitigate some of that. I do think that is something maybe collectively, I know there's a lot of initiatives out on the street, block by block cleanups. I think that is something we can explore more as a board. I think that'd be really helpful because I think we're in for a very long and dirty year. We are holding a second tenants' rights information session that is going, we are sort of sponsoring it. HCC is going to be doing most of the moderating and panel. They're going to have a number of tenant attorneys there to answer questions, to present on what's going on currently, what are the trends, what's happening, what are your rights. That's going to be on September 15th at 6 p.m. The registration can be found on our homepage. Just so you're aware, to go back to the budget a little bit. So our board, all community boards have took a cut in their budget of around $8,000 for the year. I know that sounds very small compared to some of the numbers that Preston were talking about, but just so you understand where that ends up from our end is that right now that's requiring us to reduce our part-time employee from 3 days to 2 until we get some more clarity as to what the budget will look like. CB4 office space update. We're still all working remotely. The agreement for our new office space is making its final passage through the approval process at City Hall. And then for September committee updates and board reminders. So Monday, September 7th, the office will be closed for the holiday. ACES committee will be meeting on Monday the 14th. And the exec committee will be meeting on Tuesday, September 28th. All other committees will be meeting at their regular time and dates. And that is about it. If someone has a question or anything like that.
Thank you, Jesse. Jake and Zach know how I feel. Next up on the agenda is the chair report. It is September, believe it or not, which means we've got two things going on that I need to address. First, CB4 elections. Yes, it is that time again. We do this annually. Paul Devlin has graciously agreed to chair the nominating committee. The other committee members are Christine Berthet, Viren Brumbat, Elzora Gadsden Cleveland, Sabrina Reveron, Hector Vasquez, and Rob Walker. If anyone is interested in running for any of the executive committee positions, chair, first vice chair, second vice chair, or either of the two co-secretaries, please send an email to Jesse within the next 2 weeks indicating your interest in running. The current officer slate is not restricted from running again. I am running again. I believe the rest of the executive board is planning on running again, but they will let you know. But please let Jesse know if you are interested in running. The other thing we do since it's September is it's almost budget time. The statement of district needs process kicks back off again. Jessica, as our second vice chair, will be chairing the budget task force, and we are working on ideas to streamline the process, especially given what we heard from the Comptroller's office earlier. We will probably have advice for the committee chairs before your committee meetings as to how to go about this, but otherwise it's the same process as always, where we need your input to create the statement of district needs. Small meetings that have taken place, even though we do not meet in August as a full board, especially this year, things did not stop and have not been going on our normal monthly cadence. But things that are progressing. We have the Housing, Health, and Human Services Committee. Special shout out to Maria Ortiz, the co-chair of that committee with Joe Restuccia, and the staff and everyone else who's been involved about the shelter issue. We are continuing to work with Corey Johnson's office, with Gail Brewer's office. We are trying to get the Department of Homeless Services to limit what's going on West 36th Street, where their lack of foresight is in the process of destroying a couple of block neighborhood there. The Clinton Hell's Kitchen Land Use Committee, chaired by Jean-Daniel Noland, is continuing to work with Radson and EDC for an upcoming ULER process that's on Slaughterhouse and some other sites. The Transportation Committee and the Chelsea Land Use Committee, Paul Devlin, Betty McIntosh, Christine Berthet, Dale Corvino, and our first vice chair, Jeffrey LeFrancois, have been meeting with CB5 and with the Regional Plan Association regarding the Empire Station Complex project, and that has been ongoing in August. The Port Authority Working Group continues to work with Port Authority on a redesign. The ACES Committee has been working, and these are the two of the new business letters that are going to come up out of ACES that you will hear more about. But I want to single out the work of Leslie Bogosian Murphy and Josephine Ishman, who have gone above and beyond the call in trying to solve problems that the administration hasn't even solved yet. But you'll hear about that when we get to those letters. I already mentioned that Leslie has taken over as the new co-secretary because of Maria's professional obligations. And then on a personal note, I just want to thank all of you who reached out to me on my mom's passing a couple of weeks ago. That does it for the chair's report. I'm gonna, yes, Jesse.
Someone is leaving our board.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Patty Carnival has also said she is going to step down due to professional obligations, and we thank Patty for her service. Her position probably will not be filled until next spring through the regular cycle process. So we'll be operating at 49 instead of 50. But thank you again, Patty, for your service. Jesse, did I miss anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, then we're going to move into the business session. The only committee that regularly meets during August is the Business Licensing and Permits Committee, because drinking doesn't stop, especially in this day and age. Mr. Lazarin, as co-chair of the committee, is going to present the 4 letters. Bert?
We're suggesting that we bundle the 4 letters.
Does anyone have any?
Existing establishments, one with a backyard, the other one is going from a wine and beer to a full liquor license. That's done, Giovanni. 2, number 3 and 4 are 2 new establishments, one with a wine and beer and one with a full liquor license. There was not too much talk at the meeting, and so I'd like to bundle them and bring them up for a vote. Now, Lowell, you are muted.
I'm talking to myself and saying, Lowell, you're muted. Does anyone have any questions on any of these 4 letters? Speak now. All right, we are going to, I think we could probably just do a voice vote on this since there are no questions and they are non-controversial. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand on the bundle.
Aye.
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 If anyone is opposed, please say nay. Okay, you're still going to have to fill that all out on your vote sheets, but those 4 pass. All right, we're going to go. That concludes the regular business.
Lowell, can I just
yes,
for
Jesse.
Mike and Leslie's sanity, just to confirm, just so in case there's any, because we're moving very quickly, is there any other votes besides yay or nay? Does anybody?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did anyone abstain or present not eligible on any of these items? I'm sorry, Jesse. All right, hearing none. Please remember to fill that out on the vote sheet, and it's all got to match up, or Mike Noble's going to have my head. As I was saying, that concludes the regular committee business. We have 5 new business letters that came out of the month of August. I want to say a word about process so we don't have to get bogged down on process. The decision was made. None of these have been heard by a public forum yet. This is the public airing of these letters. As I said earlier, these letters have all been available to the public. Nobody chose to speak about them during the public session, with the exception of Mr. Ingram on the letters concerning him. We can decide that these letters are not ripe for sending now and send them back if that's what people want to do. The decision was made, given the timing, particularly on the 2 DOE letters, that these were time sensitive and needed to be brought to the board's attention. These things are not going through our normal monthly cadence. The letters regarding the opening of the schools, if we sent it to ACES in September, we'd be sending letters to DOE at the beginning of October about schools that opened 2 weeks earlier. So we decided to bring these all through as new business. That was the decision that was made. If you want to criticize the process, that's fine, but here's where we are. So I'm going to start with item number 5, which is a letter from the Balanced Business Task Force that we reinstituted back in June due to the COVID crisis. Bert chaired that task force, and they have a letter with recommendations. Bert, would you like to address that letter, please?
Yes, I would. And just within context, this letter derives from what we heard the task force at a public forum, which was advertised. We had panelists. Some of the people here tonight were on the panel. And we had attendance and people back and forth, questions. And the letter you have before you asks for consideration of the bullet points. There's a lot of introductory text, narrative, what's going on with small businesses, the deaths of many small businesses in Manhattan, in the city, the concerns they have, the struggles they have. And we, hearing what many of the small businesses said and what we heard from them, what suggestions came back and forth, we came up with these bullet points. I know some of you have read the letter because all during the day I was getting suggestions, modifications, friendly amendments. I know Marty, I think, has a friendly amendment. I got something from Christine, which I think I've incorporated already in, or she has something she might want to add. Questions? I just want to say one thing, by the way. On line 31, I think the governor should be added because we talked about this is addressed to the governor, the state legislature, and is also addressed to the mayor, the city council people, and the borough president. But in line 31, in the text of the letter, we forgot to add the governor on that line. So I'd want to put that down there. I do have one other bullet point that Marty suggested. I don't know, Marty, are you here if you want to do it yourself, or I will just take the language that Marty came up with. The bullet, excuse me?
I am here.
Okay, so I'll leave it up to you to come up with a friendly amendment. But before we come to friendly amendments or not friendly amendments, does anybody have any questions?
I saw Christine's hand go up and then go down. Christine, did you have something? You can just shake your head.
Yes, I do have something.
Go ahead.
And it was a friendly amendment. I mean, I don't know whether I'm in the right order here, but one thing I wanted to suggest is that to help the small businesses, we ask the city to take responsibility for the sidewalks in front of them. Right now, the landlord and the retail have to maintain the sidewalks, and that's something that changed in 2003. And I think it would be a great relief for lawsuits, etc., to remove that and put it back on the city.
Are you okay with that?
If Christine, and I think we agree to this, it would be put in the language of the letter, which is we want our electeds to consider.
Yes.
Da, 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 da.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Let me add mine.
Go ahead, Marty.
This is in the same spirit of taking pressure off of landlords who are going to get pressure because tenants can't pay their rent or maintenance. And there are 3 areas that I would look to, that is insurance companies, utilities, to name 2 of the 3 that I don't have in front of me. So the bullet that I would suggest, and that Bert and I have talked about, is time-limited modifications to insurance, to workers' compensation, to electric and water rates. I'm sorry, I stuttered through that. Was I clear, or should I say it again?
It was clear. I accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Again, I just want to emphasize, we're not saying you should do any of this. I mean, though I have my opinion, others have their opinions too. But from what we heard, you definitely should consider this to help our small businesses survive going forward.
All right. Does anyone else have anything else on this letter? Any questions, comments, amendments, thoughts?
Oh, Betty had suggested that we give a title to the letter. Betty's suggestion was measures to support small businesses. Thank you, Betty.
Okay, we are going to not vote on this individually. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go next, and if there's no other questions, I'm going to go next to the 2 education letters and then bundle those with this one because I think that will let us focus on the social justice working group letters separately. So I'm going to go next to the education letters. Christine, Sabrina, Colin, are you raising your hands about the education letters or about the Better Business letter?
Better Business.
Go ahead, Christine.
All right, that's it.
All right, you're done.
Better Business too.
Okay. Do you guys have additional comments on Bert's letter before I move on to education?
Well, it's just a comment in regards to what is being set now to advocate for indoor dining on capacity. I don't know if there's something that we want to add now, or we want to start thinking about it, or how we feel. But I know that there's something that it's starting to circulate among constituents.
So are you suggesting we add something to the letter on that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, again, this is how the committee, the board feels about this. Again, it will be 25 capacity, but I know that at least today, I saw a few even elected officials advocating for this. I don't know if we want to complicate it more or just leave it as that, or be something that maybe start thinking for maybe next month. Especially as we know that, winter is coming, and I don't know how we're going to have outdoor dining and how our business are going to survive without not having this. I don't know if right now is the right moment, but it's definitely something that I would like us to start thinking about.
Bert, is that something you want to add now, or do you want to meet in September on it?
I would not like to add it now, but I think it's very immediate. I actually, maybe the small business group come up with something separate. I was also thinking, even though it's not traditionally done this way, but maybe BLP can consider it and come up for October with a resolution. Hopefully, actually by October, it will be settled and our resolution won't be necessary. I saw Corey this afternoon came out in support of indoor dining.
Yes. All right, Colin.
Bert, thank you for putting together the letter and the roundtable. I just had one thought. I don't really have fully formed language, and obviously you can take it or leave it if you want, but one thing that I've heard small business owners would like is more of a unified front between what the city and the state says, and more certainty and finality, in pronouncements. So I'm thinking, for example, of my friend who owns a gym. There was a recent gym announcement. The state said one thing, and then the city came out and said the exact, opposite. And it's created a lot of confusion. So that might be something that you'd like to consider for this or for a future letter.
No, thank you, Colin. There was something in the language, not in the bullet points, but something in the language about clear communication. And maybe we could add to that in terms of the different levels of government.
Yeah, that's exactly
coordinating with each other.
Yeah, I'm not overlooked that, but yes.
I'll go back and change that part of the letter.
All right. Anything else on this letter? Okay. The indoor dining will be taken up separately for next month. Bert will figure out the best way to do that. And we're going to move on now. I'm going to move on to the two DOE letters, and I'm going to go to Kit and Alan to figure out how we're going to discuss these.
Well, first, Lowell, thank you for clarifying on these new business letters. I'm going to speak a little bit on the virtual learning, and Kit's going to take on the outdoor learning letter. So it's with pleasure that I echo the remarks that you made and the Senator made, and thank Leslie and Josephine on their work on coming up with this solution to an issue that was of great concern to parents and to teachers, which was also discussed at our education forum, and getting the parties together and moving this along, and especially in getting DOE to get on board on this at warp speed, as has been heard. So I'd like to ask Leslie to speak to us about the project and the letter, and just thank you again. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I do want to note that Josephine was the primary author of this letter, so I want to give her the credit for that. I'm just presenting. And Jesse actually texted me and said this actually was born out of, we held committee discussions about this in general, We held a forum about this in general, and that's where kind of this was narrowed into this initiative. We have accepted some friendly amendments to this letter. I don't know if you want me to, well, I guess I will now. We're taking out paragraph on page 2, lines 34 and 39. And then we're just moving a paragraph from page 3, lines 6 and 8 up higher. And then some typos, obviously. I also want to just make a note to Brad Hoylman's office, specifically Maya. I don't know if Maya's on the line, but she was the one that texted me and said, let's do this thing. And Brad's office was awesome about it. So I also want to credit them. And I guess that's it, unless anyone had any questions about the initiative or anything else. But it's all pretty much stated in the letter.
Any questions from anyone about item number 8? All right, let's move on to item number 9 then. Kit.
I think Marty is raising his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marty. I didn't see you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I think it's a wonderful letter, and I'm impressed. I don't need to go through all that. What's missing from the letter, and maybe it's intentional, is something about safety, safety of students and teachers. And it seemed to me that somewhere you might insert something about the primary concern of whether it's testing or social distancing. It's missing from this, I think.
Are we talking about the same letter? This letter is about the Student Teacher Virtual Learning Initiative.
That's right, number 8.
Oh, okay. Well,
item 8.
I'm not sure Leslie followed what you were saying, Marty.
Yeah, just what would you suggest, Marty, and we can put it in.
A small statement about making sure that all the participants, students and teachers, are appropriately tested, or some language to that effect. This is happening because COVID is around, and you're trying to devise ways to get the support that students and teachers need, but there's no statement about PE or testing or something of that order, short paragraph or short sentence.
I could just jump in for 1 minute.
Go ahead, Josephine.
So the mayor has said that they are not going to require testing for all students and staff. That is voluntary, but what they are doing now is they have a new medical program that they will be mandating testing for 10 to 20% of students and staff at every school, depending on the size of the school. So they'll be taking a random sampling. I guess the feeling was that they didn't want to test everyone because, I mean, you could catch it on the way to school, you know, on the subway or on the way home or from a family member. So that's what the mayor's put into place now, and that was accepted by the UFT, and that's why they're moving forward to open the schools.
Just to also jump in very quickly.
And also, Marty, just so you know, this letter.
One at a time, Leslie first, then I think Kit was next.
Marty, just specifically, this letter is very, very specific to the remote learning. This is not has anything to do with the in-teacher, in-building, learning. It's just the virtual learning. That's it.
It's everyone staying at home, so there's no contact or travel to school for this piece. Kit and then Betty.
Leslie said what I was going to say.
All right, Betty.
Yeah, I've already told the committee how wonderful I think this letter is, number 8. And I just had a procedural question on 8 and 9. Would it be appropriate for a little bit of, you know, community board 4 voted, blah, 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 the way we have for all the other letters? Would that be appropriate?
Well, if we're going to vote on it tonight, I think it would be. We can add that, and that can be added pretty simply by the office.
Voting on it, then yes, we will add that, the standard language.
Okay.
That clarifies that.
Thank you, Betty.
The full board vote.
All right, any other questions just on number 8? Hearing none, let's move to number 9. Kit, I think you were going to kick this off.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Lowell hit the nail on the head when talking about the timeliness of both of these as a rationale, and I'm glad that the help to produce these and was well attended by the public was also brought up. One other piece that I want to make sure folks understand when thinking about process here is that Leslie and Josephine also were in direct communication with the DOE about each of these letters. And so there was both communication and input from the most relevant agency. And so that's sort of why we were motivated to do these as new business. Just quickly want to add my name to the Leslie and Josephine fan club. This was really fantastic work and much needed by our schools. And so I'll pass it over to Josephine to talk specifically about the outdoor learning letter, which I really appreciate her taking the lead on. And I know that the principal and others at the DOE who asked for this and initiated it do too.
Thank you. So the letter is pretty self-explanatory. I believe we had a caller on earlier from Corlears, which is actually a private school, but he was talking about how important the outdoor learning is. And this letter is not about that at all, whether we should be doing outdoor learning or not. The point is that the mayor has already decided that we're doing this, and any school that wants to can apply for the program, and then the DOE will work with all the sister agencies to see if the space is feasible or not. What this letter really is about is the fact that safety issues related to street crime have not been addressed by the mayor's office or the DOE. So they have addressed other issues like if your school is across the street from a subway station or on a bus route, then that's not feasible for closing down a street. But how are we keeping kids and staff safe from, sort of disorderly conduct on the street or more serious crimes? So this is basically just asking the DOE and someone from the mayor's office to come to our ACES meeting, hopefully in September, if we can get someone, the earlier the better, and hear about some of the concerns that we have. And I did get an email from a principal who said she has applied to this program, but she is concerned about some crime around the school area that may make this very challenging. So we just want to have representatives come in and talk about what they are doing to ensure the safety of children and teachers.
And there were a couple of friendly amendments that came in on this as well?
Yes, there were some, yes, and most of them will be taken. Thank you.
All right, does anyone have any questions or comments on letter number 9 about security if people are teaching outside, when people are teaching outside? Christine.
It looks like that letter is not on the voting sheet, so I just wanted to flesh that out.
Oh, yikes.
So we should put it in the 9.
Everyone should add that as number 9. Number 9, just like the Beatles said.
Right, that's it.
All right, Raksha. I'm sorry, Betty, I'll get back to you. I just saw your hand move. Raksha first.
Yeah, can I get a little bit more context on what the schools currently do for public safety? Is that usually through NYPD or like private security contracts?
Well, they have school safety officers, so that currently is through NYPD, but they don't, it's different. They don't carry weapons or anything like that. But that I think we heard from someone earlier on the budget issues, that is remaining with the NYPD. So we don't know in terms of what's happening with the outdoor.
That's different, yeah. It's outdoor.
Yeah. And they're going to need all the bodies that they can inside. So the school safety officers are not going to be able to be outdoor, and they just don't have enough people to do that.
Okay, does that answer that question? Betty, I was going to come back to you.
Yeah, I maybe the friendly amendment will already be incorporated, but I did feel that it would be nice if the letter could include some positive ideas on how to improve safety, and it might beef it up a little bit in terms of security staff or signage or some kind of barriers or cones to delineate the school area so that people would know not to be carousing in that particular area. So I felt that the part about muggings and street crime was a little heavy in terms of drugs and knife slashings, and just a bit heavy. So I suggested softening that up and also having some positive ideas to discuss. That's
Thank you, Betty. Your points are well taken. I'm actually taking that part out. I'll just leave it at street crime. I'm not going to include any of those other specifics. But on the other matter, I specifically did not want to make any recommendations because this had not gone through the regular process. This is about first just having the DOE come to an ACES meeting, and then our committee members could talk about, discuss whatever recommendations they want to make.
Can I add on to that, Josephine, a little bit?
Yes.
Just to give everybody a little more context here, Josephine was actually working with me through the district office, reaching out to principals, and this is a project that I'm working on. And many times, as we know, and we've seen this throughout the last few months, especially because of the pandemic, you know, our office gets contacted by a group of folks that want to help in some way. And so we were contacted by some folks that have the potential to help some of the principals with exactly the things that you're mentioning, Betty, in terms of barriers and tents and things like that. And so rather than me recreating the wheel, I went to Josephine, who knows pretty much all the principals by first, middle, and last name, and has relationships with them. And so she was working on actually the district office's behalf, reaching out to find out information. And that's when when principal starts telling her about their concerns about safety. So I just want to give that context. We are working on that. And we are talking to the principals directly as to what they could use. And hopefully we'll be able to report on something very shortly in terms of a really good part, you know, someone being very nice and volunteering to donate some material for a number of the schools in our district. And Josephine was extremely helpful in finding the right schools.
Great.
Okay, any other comments on letter number 9? I'm not seeing any hands move. Okay, I'm going to ask a question. And if anyone has any objection to this, it's fine, but I'm going to propose that we bundle 5, 8, and 9 and just do a voice vote, because there hasn't seemed to be a lot of opposition, and we're already 3 hours into the meeting. If anyone wants, for any reason, procedural or otherwise, us to do a roll call on this, we'll do a roll call. But if no one has any objection, in the interest of time, if people are all right with a voice vote, does anyone have any objection to doing a voice vote? I don't care who it is. I don't care what your reason is. If you have an objection, just say I object, and we'll move on. Once, twice. Okay, we're going to do this by voice vote. We're bundling items 5, 8, and 9. All those in favor of 5, 8, and 9, raise your hand or say aye.
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 Is anyone opposed to these letters? Is anyone abstaining?
Wait,
I'm
well, I
abstaining.
want to.
Judith is abstaining on
No,
which
I'm
one?
president not eligible.
Oh, okay. Let's look. Anyone abstaining on any of these 3 letters? Raksha, were you saying something?
Yeah, I wanted to vote no on letter 9. But
Okay.
yes,
Okay. Yes on the other 2. No on 9. That's fine. Any abstentions? Anyone present not eligible? Judith is present not eligible on 8 and 9. Anyone else? Okay, those carry then. Please, please, please mark your vote sheets. Okay.
Can we just take 1 second, Lowell?
Yes.
Anybody have any questions? I apologize about the vote sheet not being up to date, but does anybody have any questions on what they should be writing into number 9?
Yes.
Okay,
What's your question, Carrie?
What should I be writing into number 9?
My question was a stupid question. So
Anne, should we put, hold on, Anne, should we put into the 2 motions, the first motion of the meeting?
I'm sorry, Paul, what?
Should we, in the new business, should we put into that line the motion that was presented?
That should be added. That should be added as an item. Paul, I got it. Item number 9 should be letter note number 9 on your vote sheet. That should be added in. What Paul is saying is we need to add in an item 10, which was the roll call vote we took earlier on the agenda. Right, Paul? Did I get that right? Yes. Okay.
Oh, okay.
As long as it's clear on your vote sheet, I will buy Michael and Leslie drinks when they figure this out. Okay.
We never vote. We never put the vote on the voting sheet for the agenda.
Right, but we did a roll call for it, Christine.
Okay.
You're not making the first day easy, Lou.
Yeah.
We did a roll call, so it should be recorded. All right, we are going to move on to items 6 and 7.
Can I stop you for a second, Paul?
I'm sorry. Who's not ready to move on yet?
Mike Nobleman.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, so what are we putting for number 9?
Right.
Number 9 is letter number 9, letter to DOE, raise security for open street school program.
I got it. Okay.
Item number 10 on the vote sheet is the motion to drop items from the agenda.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Can I move on? Marty, what's up? You're on mute.
It isn't clear. Item number 10 on the vote sheet as written is my name, and that should be my name.
I actually disagree. Can I?
All right, Jesse, overrule me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule you.
Let me say what I did. In the box under number 9, I wrote out.
Wait, Marty, Jesse's going to solve this. Let Jesse solve it. That's what he gets paid for, fixing my mistakes.
So I disagree with the idea that I agree with Christine. You'll never vote on our vote sheet about the agenda. So there was an amendment to change the agenda. It failed. It'll be recorded in the minutes. The agenda was voted on as is, and
Okay.
I don't think you need to put it into the individual vote sheets.
Right.
Okay, fine. Even better. I was trying to be more.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. We did a roll call. I thought it should be recorded somewhere. If you're telling me it's not necessary.
We have a visual recording of it, and we have Mike Noble's.
All right. And now in answer to James Wallace's question, number 9 is letter number 9, letter to DOE or security for open street school program. There is no item number 10. I was wrong. I thought we needed it. I'm told we don't. There is no number 9. Yes, item number 9 in new business. Okay. Now for the main event, 15 rounds of boxing. I see 2 different issues here that have been raised and may need to be discussed. The first issue is, should we be addressing this letter at all right now? And then the second, these letters. And then the second issue is, if we are going to address these letters now, what should they say? Are we adopting them as is? Because I already know people have comments on the letters themselves if we decide to send them. I'm thinking we should discuss them one at a time and not bundle them. But if any, again, I'm open to suggestions on the best way to do this. Paul, your hand is up.
Thanks, Lowell. So my feeling is that on the first letter addressing the August 7th incident, that we should move forward with that letter. It's very timely. That incident happened on my block. I live directly across the street from the building. I was home during the entire incident. The police line was outside of my building. I could not leave my building during that entire day because of the police presence. I think that Derek presented a very strong argument, and Brad Hoylman reinforced an important issue for me. That Derek, as a young Black man alone in his apartment with police outside the door pounding on it, if he wasn't educated enough to slide a note out of the door saying, "Where is the warrant?" and opened up the door, he might very well have been the next Eric Garner in New York City. And if you think about the global mantra on police brutality started here with the killing of Eric Garner, that man lives across the street from me, was afraid to open his door to police officers. That is unacceptable. And we should not be living in a society like that. And I'm embarrassed that we're thinking about a procedural reason for not sending a letter with our outrage on that incident. It's appalling to me. And the second thing I want to add is that I'd like to add a line to that letter to ask the New York Police Department how many other EIPOC members of our community have been arrested without warrant and have been pulled in like that. I think it's an atrocious activity. So I really think that we need to take a stand on this very quickly, very vociferously.
All right, Paul, one second, Paul. Paul, just give me 1 second. I'm going to ask you to hold the comments on the addition to the letter for a second. Keep addressing whether or not they should be sent.
Okay, I was done. I was done with my reasoning why, and I think on the second letter, that one with facial recognition, that's a much more complicated issue. I think we can table that one for further discussion.
Okay, Katie.
Had to unmute myself. I also hope that we will discuss it this evening and vote on the letter. I think it's really important to acknowledge a little bit the history first. So the Social Justice Working Group was formed, as we all know, in June for our community board. And we met multiple times this summer to address the way our Black and Brown community members are treated. And police accountability was one of the primary issues that came up in many of our meetings. And then this incident happened on August 7th, and it received not only national attention and local attention. We heard from several community board members about it, and that's actually how it got raised to the co-chairs. And I think it's really important that we take this opportunity, especially because frankly, we know that Gil Brewer's office has already written a letter requesting more information about it, as we heard this evening. Brad's office has done the same. I think it would be really unfortunate for us to not be willing to immediately address an issue that affects one of our community board members and to sort of postpone it. Yeah, I just think that would be unusual. I also think it's really important to know, again, that this is the whole issue of accountability about how decisions are made within the police structure is one of the main issues that we discussed already on the Social Justice Working Group, and we have plenty of evidence that this is an important issue. So I hope that we will address this evening, and we're certainly open to any and all comments on the letter.
David Warren.
Yes, thank you for this, Paul, and I agree with you and everyone else. There's one thing that people are forgetting, and this might be a digression, or might be for another time, but the financial cost that it costs to have all those uniformed people there, overtime and all that. We could have created a recreation program for homeless youth with that money. So the financial, I'd like to know what it costs to have.
That's in the letter, David.
That's in the letter, David.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that part. Okay, so thank you. I stand corrected, sorry to waste time.
Brett. Viren, I'll get to you in a minute. Brett.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So just first, my statement's not a reflection on my opinions that support the need for justice and accountability from our elected officials and public servants. I'm commenting on the letter for item number 6 as it is written, and I would likely feel differently about the letter if it were written with a very different tone. So there is an inherent bias in the letter. The leading questions at the top of the letter are appropriate and alone are not objectionable. I think it's the final paragraph that reveals this letter it's a political document. It's a blatant statement with a verdict against the NYPD before receiving a response to the questions the letter poses, making it obvious that the responses to the questions are not really important.
All right, Brett, can I interrupt you for one second? You're going into content of the letters, and I want to stay focused at first on the idea of sending the letters. I will come back to content. I will come back to you to make the same point.
Sure. No, I mean, I think what I'm saying, it's sort of the lead up to why I don't think it should be sent.
Okay, go ahead then. I'm sorry.
So I think there's a lot of rhetoric in the letter that would be different if we had a public conversation. If we were true to the process of asking questions to get information, rather than being the judge and jury without hearing the witnesses, including the defense, I think we've got to be careful, and I disagree with the approach of using this respected community board, which has a very hard reputation for fairness and objective advocacy for the needs of our neighbors in the district. It's really, as it's written, it's a blunt instrument in a political war against police. So I think what we really should be doing, you know, and again, I'm not saying that Mr. Ingham doesn't have a case. You know, his testimony very clearly is it's very courageous, and it raises issues that we should be engaging. But as the way the letter is written, it feels more like a soapbox rather than an objective conversation. And that's my concern about sending the letter the way we have it, without the benefit of hearing a broader conversation and getting more opinions about what it is that we need to say.
All right, Brett, I'm going to ask you a point blank question. If the letter were toned down, how would you feel?
I think if it was about the questions that we raise up front, we want to get information. You know, I still have concerns about the precedent it sets, but given the liveliness of the issue, the questions I think are legitimate. We want to know this happened in our district. It's the last paragraph that, you know, uses words like heavy-handed, totalitarian, shocking. When we haven't had responses, that's the part that really raises alarm bells with me, since we really are a community board that's known for having a level-headed approach to negotiating and diplomacy. And if we have letters that are going out like this, that are filled with very volatile language, without getting the right kind of, without getting any response, we're really not showing that we're asking a question that we want to know, and we're asking for transparency. We're basically saying, we've come to a conclusion, this is how we feel, and we haven't really broadened the conversation. This is what we're saying. And that I don't think is historically who the community board has been. And that's the part that, I think the idea of putting something together, and, you know, there are emotions, I think these are all important things, and I don't want to invalidate that. I just want to say that it's not a procedural reason why we would want to send it back. It's more to make sure that what we are saying really is representative of our community board, representing a diverse community.
Brett, can I ask
Thank
you a
you.
procedural question? I think this maybe goes to what Lowell just asked, but
Can we continue the conversation?
Hang on. Katie, ask your question.
I'm just wondering, to just clarify, because I think this is what you were suggesting, Lowell, and Brett, if I understood you, it sounds
I want to be clear, I was not suggesting anything. I was trying to understand what Brett was saying.
So I guess my question, Brett, would it help address what you just said if the first sentence of the last paragraph was removed?
All right, Katie, you're now getting into content, and I'm not ready to get into content yet.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to Viren next.
Just very quickly, Paul mentioned about the second letter being held off. I think that actually is a bigger issue, and it should concern everybody, because we're talking about surveillance capitalism here. We're talking about, how do I put this? We're talking about no oversight about how we are being surveilled. I do know that because of the protests, police have been given, NYPD has been given much more leeway in terms of how they collect information, who keeps the database, how the information is actually used. Facial recognition is just one part of it. So the second letter actually, it goes back to what Brett's point was. We're asking them, what is it? How are you using it? How are you collecting the data? Where does the data reside? And I think we as a community have the right to know, because more often than not, when we talk about traffic cameras and we talk about surveillance cameras on our blogs, we become the willing victims. But if we do not know how police or NYPD can access that information, then it becomes problematic when it gets used in a particular way. So going back to Derek Ingram's question, that he's afraid of walking out on the streets, precisely is why we should be actually asking that question and sending that letter in.
All right, Kit. I see your hand, JD. I'll get to you. Kit, you're up next.
Try to be quick. So first, want to say loud and clear that I share the outrage that Paul communicated. What happened to Mr. Ingram is totally unacceptable. The reason why, and I appreciate what Vera and Katie said as well, the reason why I think it's important that this not get discussed and voted on tonight is because I think that outrage that I feel, and I imagine many other folks on the community board feel, isn't exclusive to us. And there's an opportunity for this to be a public conversation that the public engages in with us. And I think not necessarily connected to that, but along with that, we would be remiss not to engage with the NYPD on the front end of taking a stance on something this high stakes. Who knows where we would land after we engaged with the public and with the NYPD on what the language is, whether the list of questions gets longer or shorter. But the folks who are on the community board, in my personal opinion, shouldn't be the end-all be-all decision makers on something that's this high stakes, and that many people have very valid and really critical perspectives that we haven't heard from yet. So that's why I supported Dolores's motion, and I hope other folks will consider what I'm saying.
All right, James Wallace.
I guess first, just as a point of order before I make my point, it sounds like we're discussing, if you could clarify, we're discussing whether or not we should send the letters, which seems like that was the discussion we were talking about, removing the item from the agenda. Aren't we just like relitigating this?
No, because what we said when we were addressing the agenda, well, so I'm echoing, I'm hearing somebody else's, I'm sorry. We said that part of the reason there were people who voted to keep it on the agenda to have this discussion now. And we said that we would discuss now whether or not we would send it. Yes, the vote may come out the same way, you're right. But part of the reason some people may have voted to keep it on the agenda was to have this discussion tonight instead of pushing this all off.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So with that, I will say I'm going to try to avoid discussion of the content. The challenge we have here is that this board does have a history of approving letters that are required because of regulatory or legal requirements, and they're passed by executive committee and then ratified. However, this is not one of those letters. And even though, we can have a discussion about content, because some of the things Brett says I think made sense and some of them I disagree with, and this is very important and timely. It's timely because it's in the news. The fact is that the event is done. And now there needs to be an investigation. That investigation can happen next week or it can happen next month. So the public comment should happen. I requested to be on the social justice working group when it was brought up in a meeting, and I requested it via email. And I was not, for whatever reason, invited to attend. I was not aware that they occurred. So now this letter comes out, and although it's well-intended, I absolutely would have commented on the tone so that we would get a more balanced response. What happened to Mr. Ingram, based on one side of the facts, sounds horrific and reprehensible. But again, we're the community board, we're not his legal representation. And we need to make sure that as a community board, that they continue to take us seriously and not think that we're just reactionary. I will vote in favor of the letter with changes when it comes up, but I think we need public discussion and public debate.
All right, I want to apologize to you for not being included. I do not know what happened. I will, 30 lashes for the district manager with a wet noodle for that one. I'm sorry, James. We'll make sure you're included going forward. J.D. Nolan.
Yeah, I want to comment on a couple of things. I don't mind if the letter is voted on, if it's toned down much to the recommendation of Brett Pfeffer. I want to say one thing. I believe Katie made a comment about being new to the board. Well, I'm old to the board, maybe too old to the board. This is very, very disturbing to me. I don't think anybody is unconcerned about what happened to Mr. Ingram. In fact, last month at the Midtown North Precinct Community Council, the police, Midtown North, were raked over the coals because of this incident on 45th Street. I did not see anybody there from the Social Justice Committee. I did not see them. But that was the forum to take the cops to task. It turns out Midtown North had nothing to do with this. This is some kind of other unit that does this. They didn't go after him specifically, apparently. They do this in Brooklyn, they do it in Bronx. It may be wrong, it may be terrible. We should bring that up, absolutely. Secondly, Mr. Ingram was invited to speak tonight. Nobody else was invited to speak. Apparently, Mr. Ingram injured a police officer. I don't know entirely the details or who's right or who's wrong, but there was an incident, and I suppose there will be some kind of trial or whatever it is. That was not brought up. Why not? There was a cop who was injured. Was she contacted? Was she invited to speak? The problem is we are, I think, all on the same side about these kinds of incidents. They should not occur. But the problem is, and this is because I've been too long on the board, my feeling is we should not be in a little bubble up here speaking for the community without hearing from the community. At that meeting at Midtown North, most everybody agreed that it was excessive. At the same time, they wanted to work with the police to try to solve these problems. I would recommend strongly that the Social Justice Committee sit down with a couple of us on the community who have been fighting these issues for many years and who are now being alienated from the community board because of your excessive rhetoric in these letters. I'm in sympathy with you. I think we agree with this needs to be changed, but it's not only the process, it's the public presentation, and it's not reaching out to many members of our community. Lowell, please have a couple of us sit down with some block association presidents to try to talk about this so we can work together. But the Social Justice Committee is causing a great deal of agita in the community. They are not reaching out to all of the community. And I agree with
I hear you, JD. That goes beyond this. I understand what you're saying. That goes beyond the scope of the letters. And just in the interest of time, I'll tell you that we will bring that up at exec at the end of the month. I want to stick to the letters. I just want to respond to one thing you said, you know, because I made this point earlier when I introduced Mr. Ingram. The reason he was invited is because the Social Justice Working Group asked that he be invited. That's why I extended that invitation. No one said anything to me about inviting the cop or anyone else. I was not aware of it. I am not sitting as a member of that working group. I was following the request of the committee chairs. And I stand behind it, and I think what he said tonight was appropriate. I realize it's not the whole story, but I just want to address that point since you're questioning what I did, and that's my answer. I'm going to move on from there to Bert Lazarin.
He lives in our community board area.
All right, Elzora, one sec. Bert?
Yes. I want to echo what Paul was saying starting out. Not only was he terrified at the incident, he's talked to us and told us he's terrified now. He's traumatized, okay? That I think is also important. What you said, JD, about a wider conversation, I think that's critical as well. A wider conversation pulling many, many constituents in, that's important. Dialogue and conversation. I think it's also important to have this letter go out. This letter is asking, we can talk about the language and modify it or not, but it's important to get this letter out now and call for an investigation and support an investigation. That's what's critical right now in this first letter.
Dolores.
Hi, so I just wanted to make clear for those that think that the reason why I proposed the motion for the agenda is on procedural alone. Most of what JD said speaks to what my concerns are. The most important thing is not a single person from the social justice working group came to Midtown North's meeting. I was the person there because I was hosting the meeting. But the truth is, we had a good number, about 40 different residents, folks that actually live on the block like Paul, that expressed their outrage and their concerns. They were speaking directly to their needs, but they also spoke about their outrage and their concerns about the flash mob that showed up on the block. We are focused on one person who has been violated in terms of his rights without a warrant. That's true. But again, we're taking only one side of the story, and that puts us as a board in a political box. This is not what we should be doing. This is not our mandate. I respect that you said that it was requested that we invited by the Social Justice Committee. There's no reason for us to be requesting anyone to come speak to us that is being investigated. If somebody comes to this board on their own and says, I need help, you're the board, how do I do this? That's one thing. But our outreach specifically has now politicized us. That's a problem because it reduces our respect from other agencies and how effective we can be as a board to advocate for an entire district. That is why I'm very concerned about these letters going out. It's not the procedural. We have not allowed an entire public discussion to understand what are all the things happening here. Police concerns, but also flash mobs that showed up on that block. Paul, I don't know if that was a concern of yours as well, but I know that at least 2 people at that police precinct council meeting were very frightened by the fact that hundreds of people showed up and caused that incident to be longer than it needed to be.
Well, thank God they showed up.
All right. I'm not going to allow anyone to come in here. I'm going to shut this all down if anyone interrupts. We're having a civil discussion here. No one's interrupting. Dolores, please finish.
We cannot solve systemic racism on our own, but what we can do is be responsible to our community at large, which means we need to include these voices. We need to be responsible how we include the voices. That is what my concern is.
Thank you. Leslie.
Again, I'm not going to get into the content of the letter. I'm going to echo what JD and Dolores said just on the point of, I was also at the community council meeting when the police spoke about this, and there were 2 police groups involved. One was Midtown North, who was there, and one was Warrants. Warrants is the one that executed this whole fiasco, if you want to call it that. My question, though, is to both to Katie and Viren, just to be clear, because I got 2 calls from high-ranking police officers from Midtown North today saying, no one even asked us about this. We would have talked to you guys. We would have told you what happened. We're open to communication. So I just wanted to ask you guys, just to make sure, did either of you or anyone on the board, the Social Justice Working Group, contact the police that were involved or the 2 departments that were involved to incorporate them? Or I don't know, were they contacted? Because I know they have spoken publicly on this and directly with the community.
No, we didn't, because, well, actually, should I tell you why, or should I just say yes or no?
It's up to you. No, I just don't want to take one side over the other. I just want to make sure it's clear.
If there's a reason that was discussed why you didn't, Katie, please share it with us.
Please.
So we don't want to be the courtroom for this. This actually for us wasn't about this particular incident. It's about the whole issue of accountability, about where decisions are made. There's a strong belief on the Social Justice Working Group and what we heard raised through the summer about the fact that decisions are made, nobody ever knows who made them, and that there needs to be a way that we in the public can get information for our constituents. And so we wanted, this is a letter, as you can see, it's actually not to Midtown North, it's not to Warrants, it's actually to the City Council. It's just about overall, using this as a specific example, but just overall, how are decisions made, what is the cost, that sort of thing. So anyway, so it wasn't, we did not think it was appropriate to have this be a forum about this specific issue. It's about the issue of who's making decisions and that sort of thing. So anyway.
I understand that. It's just that when you use, I think when the language that was used, that makes total sense. But when the inflammatory language that's used, as Brett was saying, then I think maybe there is an obligation to ask for the other, the other party. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Leslie. Joe Restuccia.
So first,
I think that what happened to our neighbor, Derek Ingram, was horrible, and the police are at fault, period. But how we respond to it talks about our community and what we could possibly do. So I must say the letter, I think, the board already had a discussion whether or not to discuss it tonight or not. I want to say now, I believe these letters should go out tonight, but these letters should go out in a way that actually portrays the board that we are. And Katie, I want to say to you is, we use so many specifics about our neighbor. We should be talking about how horribly our neighbor was treated and how it should be investigated as to the treatment that he received. And the problem is, it's not just to the city council, but also to the PD and to the mayor's office. It should be broader because any investigation is going to be at multiple levels, not just city council. I also recommend, when we get to that point, some amendments that will just try to clarify it, because it does feel way too much of rhetoric as opposed to one of our neighbors was treated horrifically, and this should be investigated immediately. And just because he's a Black Lives Matter person, he's in our neighborhood. That's the most important part. And that's crazy that this happened in our neighborhood on our watch. So if that's where we are today, that 2/3 of our board said, let's go ahead and do it, let's do it. But I want to say one thing. I said it to Lowell before. The process here has to be, going forward, public, because that's the bigger rub here. If it's not public, we don't get the full discussion with everybody, and then these letters become much more, not even balanced, like they get crafted more. That's my real thought about it. But I want to say, let's vote tonight, but let's really craft this.
Thank you, Joe. Elzora, did you want to say something? You were speaking before. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I was working on the sound. Yeah, I mean, I voted to not have it on the agenda actually by voting yes, I believe. And that was because I strongly believe in protocol and the public should have been included. However, having taken a vote and that not passing, I too believe these letters should go out. You know, just to me, it's a little insensitive to say that we need to be, to just make the letters more sensitive. Let's just make the letters make sense and be honest and speak truth about it, not soften it up because people's feelings will be hurt. Let's send out a strong letter that makes sense, that speaks to the fact that a member of our community was treated this way. The research or whatever information that our team could find reflects that he was in his right to do the things the way that he did at his home. You know, I'm not sure how what he was accused of plays a role into what happened legally or illegally in our community. If it was not him, if it was someone else, did they use the proper procedures? What is the cost of the procedure that they used that we do not believe was a valid legal process? I mean, we're getting ready to cut salaries for our community board. We could very well have paid for those that extra day of our employees working with the amount of money they just wasted on something that may have been done illegally. If we don't want to accuse, then we have the right to have the right questions answered. I'll stop there. I believe it should come to a vote.
Betty, you're next. I'm sorry, I was on mute. Betty McIntosh. Thank you, Elzora.
Okay. I'm glad that I heard Mr. Ingram's experience described. I guess, and I'm glad that Brett said to take out that last paragraph. I was initially in favor of withdrawing this letter, but I guess I would like it to be more balanced in the sense of one of my questions to the police is, why is there something that we don't know about Mr. Ingram that precipitated the police to act in such a massive, intensive way? I'm just saying, you know, is there something that we don't know? And the letter, I mean, I feel uncomfortable that we don't have the police saying their position about why they did what they did. So I wish the letter would have something that would indicate why did they do such a show of force. If it was granted that there was something that Mr. Ingram did, which was, I guess, shout in a megaphone at the ear of a policewoman and hurt her in some way physically. And I think that should be maybe acknowledged in the letter that he did do something apparently. So that's where I come out, and I was been disturbed that there hasn't been a public discussion of it.
All right. Thank you, Betty. Michael Noble.
Yeah. I, of course, agree with everybody that this is a terrible thing that happened. I still do believe, as was mentioned, we've got, you know, the way we usually do things is not this way. All right? We should send a letter out to the city council. Less rhetoric, less political, without that final paragraph. The next letter, however, by the way, you know, you say you asked Derek Ingram in at the behest of the Social Justice Working Group. That's the dog wagging, the tail wagging the dog there, okay? For us to go out and pick people out of the community to come speak to us, who, as was noted, is part of an investigation by the police, is inappropriate. I just can't do it. Too much rhetoric, too much politics in that letter. The next letter to Commissioner Shea, it's not a letter, it's an indictment. It's a subpoena written by an investigative, by a legislative body, okay? Do you expect him to answer those questions? No way. I mean, why even bother? He's going to tell you the inner workings of the police department with respect to facial recognition, for the love of God. Nobody on earth has gotten that question answered anywhere. Federal level, state, nowhere. He's not going to tell you. We're wasting our time with that one. Let the first one go. Tone it down, and that'll be the end of it. Okay? That's my feeling.
Thank you,
the
Michael.
Absolutely. The last one, you just forget about it. Let's not do that anymore. That is an embarrassment. I've got to tell you, it's an embarrassment. We are not the legislature here. We're an advisory body, all right? We can ask questions, we can present things, bring the community together, but not a letter like that.
All right,
Like
thank you.
Subpoena.
Thank you,
You know what
Michael.
a subpoena looks like, right? Lowell, you've written the book.
Thank you. Yeah, all right. I think you
All
made
right.
your point. I think you made your point. Christine.
Am I in?
You're on. Go ahead.
I'm on? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think a lot of really very thoughtful things have been said tonight by a lot of people. It seems that I think the first letter should go out because it's urgent that we get answers. It's about, in my mind, it's about accountability. A local precinct doesn't have the information to respond to that. And I think the last paragraph could be much improved, as many have said, like Brett and others. And I want to talk about a little bit about the facial recognition. Something that Mr. Ingram said was that his picture, and I don't know whether it's true or not, has been sent around for facial recognition for the other precincts. And if it's true, you know, I mean, I don't want anybody else in the city to have an excuse to arrest him somewhere and take some drastic action. So that's the part of the facial recognition that I think is a little concerned there, how it's being used to around somebody who has already accepted his penalty. So I would definitely recommend that the first letter goes out and maybe change the second one in a different way.
Thank you, Christine. Hector.
Okay, a lot has been said tonight concerning this letter. As an active participant in the social justice work group, I do agree with the majority of the folks that the last paragraph is a little heavy-handed, so to speak. Look, the police procedures are obviously been misused, especially in this case. There's a breakdown there. So the point that was brought up about the procedure using facial recognition, I believe it should be left in there because obviously if you ignore something that was abused in whatever way, if it was abused, allegedly, that needs to be investigated. Somebody needs to bring it up. And if we ignore that fact, along with any of the other procedures that happened at this incident, then it can happen again. And it'll just get worse, unfortunately, and nothing will change. It was horrible what happened to Mr. Ingram. I would not wish that on anybody. It was horrific. But we also need to investigate further as to why it happened. So I think there's a lot of validity in this letter. Is it heavy-handed? The end, I think it's been mentioned already. We need to modify that. I was one of the ones that wanted to hopefully bring us back to the have the public speak on this a little bit more and get some feedback as well. Fortunately, it was downvoted. I understand that, so we're just gonna have to proceed. But it would be helpful to hear from the public as well, especially to get more input on this. And I'm pretty much, I've been very pro-police in the past, being military myself, and working with the police officers of all walks. But I'm really surprised that some of the, excuse the expression, the mess ups they've been doing lately concerning procedures. And I think that's a big problem. So I think this letter addresses a lot of it. Does it need to be modified, possibly toned down, made more professional, that reflects what the Community Board 4 has done in the past? Yes, I believe that, but I think it still needs to send a strong message as well. So I wouldn't tone it down so much that it's ineffective. Okay, and that's my feeling on it.
Thank you, Hector.
Thank you, Hector.
Maria.
Hey, thanks, Lowell. To be honest, I really want to say a lot. It's after 10, so I'm not going to say a whole lot. The most important things that I just want to share, highlight is there was a Midtown South? Yes, precinct meeting that I was involved with. I don't know, JD and Dolores, if that's the meeting that you were referencing, but I'm part of the social justice working group and I was present in that meeting. I did hear people take the officers to task. I didn't say anything because I felt it wasn't necessary. The officers that were being taken to task weren't the ones who made the decision or approved the decision. And the other thing I wanted to add is that I did see the letter beforehand in email, and I did make comments to the letter. Like Brett, I also did feel that some of the tone of it was, particularly at the end, like he pointed out, was not neutral and or accusatory, for lack of a better word. And I'm used to letters from us being more neutral. However, I also agree with Paul about how he feels about this having happened to someone in our community, which leads me to say that in the end, I really just agree with Joe and Elzora that it should go out today. And I do like Joe's idea about it being a strong letter, but about somebody in our community and what happened to him in our community that wasn't okay. And I have a question, just because I don't understand the reason that, even though I said I want it to go out today, I am not entirely clear why it has to go out today versus in 4 weeks.
I don't know that there's actually an answer to that, Maria. That's a feeling question more than anything. How urgently do you feel this needs to be addressed?
Well,
I think that's where That's the best I can give you as an answer from where I'm sitting. I don't know if Viren and Katie have any other thoughts. I'm going to let them wrap up at the end and they can address that. I'm going to keep this moving though. Raksha.
To me, the two letters feel like a real call to get NYPD to the table, which is something that we were already doing tonight when we had the CO speak earlier in the meeting. And, you know, the first letter is a lot of questions that we would like answered. The second is a chance for NYPD to present on their facial recognition technology. I think that because of all of the effort we're putting in to get NYPD to come to the table and answer our questions, we do have a responsibility to get the other side, quote unquote, whether that's giving the public a chance to weigh in on both these letters or by having another group also do a presentation on facial surveillance or something like that. So I'm going to be personally voting against voting on these without public presentation. But if we do, I think that it would be great to balance it out by having other people answer questions and be part of the roundtable conversation and not just NYPD telling us their side of it.
Thank you, Raksha. Josephine.
Just wanted to add that, you know, I was one of the people in the anti-racist groups, working group that wanted to have Mr. Ingram speak simply because he is a constituent. He is a resident here. And so it wasn't about him versus not having the police talk about what happened. It was about he is a constituent here. He should come and tell us what's happening if he chooses to. And I reach out to the school community all the time, to parents. There are parents that don't even know that we exist, the community board, or what we do. So it was really more about that process and letting him know that, listen, we're here. We are a community board. We would like to know what happened. I mean, a lot has been written in the press. We just want to know. So it's not that we don't want to hear from the other side. This was sort of like a beginning of the conversation, and the questions, I think, are something that need to be asked. And I'm not going to address a lot of the language in the letter. I think, as a lot of people stated, that last paragraph can easily just drop off and we could focus on the questions. But I just want let people know this is why we initiated this. We wanted him to come as a constituent of CB4. Thank you.
Alan Oster.
Thank you. So I think it's important that we do get this letter out as soon as possible. I think waiting, you lose the momentum, you go into another news cycle, something else becomes important, and issues get left behind. And I don't think this should be left behind. But we do need to change the language on it. But I think, I don't know, I forget, I heard something about there was some sort of breakdown in police procedures or something. If I hope I'm not misquoting you, but you don't get breakdown in procedures when you get this kind of mass attention to a situation. This was a definite procedure, planned out, helicopters. Someone didn't forget to make a phone call, and all of a sudden, all these police showed up, or somebody made the wrong phone call. This was a deliberate attempt to scare people. Put people on a defensive. So it's important that we do get this letter out, but I would certainly agree with everyone regarding more participation. And Maria, I think, summed up a lot of the comments very well, and Brett, I'm sorry, in terms of toning down the language. Thank you.
Twee.
Thanks. You guys are rock stars for lasting this long. I'm young and I can't even do it. But I wanted to say, yeah, it seems like we're sort of mixing up content a little bit. And it feels like what happened with the Chelsea land use, where it's like, I can't agree to send this letter out unless we make the changes, or it's like the Business and License Permits Committee, you can agree to the letters being sent out as long as these changes are made. And those specifically, as everyone's been saying, is you just want an exchange of information. You want to be level and even keel in how you're presenting yourself. However, yes, you can still express outrage in a way that isn't conclusory. So those are the things with that. And in terms of answering Maria's question, waiting for weeks. I mean, George Floyd happened 2 months ago. This happened August 7, which was 6 weeks ago. Jacob Blake happened, or 6 weeks after George Floyd. And then Jacob Blake happened 2 months after George Floyd. So this is an ongoing magnified issue that should be addressed readily. And if this can go out, not necessarily tonight, but if modifications can be made, before the end of the week, it's a, Labor Day weekend, it's not clear, but the sooner is better than later. And just as a personal note, unlawful arrests happen all the time. They happen most heavily, as far as I've seen, in the Bronx and sometimes in Brooklyn. So to see it in CB4 is, it's just showing how much magnified it is. Thank you.
Colin.
Yeah, I know it's late, so I try not to repeat anybody. Speaking as a community member, I think that the second letter, I think that both letters are important and should go out. I especially think that the second letter is reasonable. Speaking as somebody who used to work for the DA's office in Manhattan, I can tell you that there are some, I am frankly pretty alarmed by what the NYPD is able to, the tools and tactics that they have and that they're able to use. And I think that they need to constantly be held to account for those and to, go before the public and explain themselves. I think that I think there's this dichotomy between sending the letter or having a public process. And I would hope that the letter might be the beginning of a public process. I would hope that this wouldn't end with the letter and that we can perhaps in the letter ask the NYPD or members of the NYPD to come and speak with us. Maybe we could tone down or, remove the last paragraph if that's what the board, votes on, and instead ask for Corey to arrange some sort of, public forum or something so that we could continue to talk about this. But I do think it's important to get the letters out because I do think that the NYPD needs to constantly be telling the public, explaining themselves for some of the tactics that they're using that tend to be pretty scary.
All right, thanks. David Solnick, last blue hand I see.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on, there have been a lot of comments about the board, not wanting to put out very strongly opinionated letters. And I just, that there isn't much precedent for that. And that doesn't ring true to me. This board sends out a lot of very highly opinionated letters. The committees I'm on, transportation and land use has taken the DOB to task in no uncertain terms, taken the EDC to task in no uncertain terms, very strongly worded. So, there's plenty of precedent for strongly worded letters. I do agree that while wording a letter strongly, one also wants to be asking for further information, being open to further information, being open to public information, starting with this process tonight. But the idea that we have to be mealy-mouthed all of a sudden, I mean, that just doesn't sound like the board, the board's history to me.
Dave Holoka, Under the Wire.
Okay, it'll be very quick. I would just take the first letter and focus on inquiry, not accusation or conclusions. Lose totalitarian, heavy-handed, shocking, maybe even costly.
All right. I'm cutting off the discussion there for a second. I just want to say the reason that this came up tonight, the reason Mr. Ingram was invited, the reason these letters came through is because I thought this was worthy of discussion, and you've all made me proud. About 40 minutes ago, I cut off Joe Restuccia, who had some recommendations about how to change the letter. Since everyone has had a chance to view their opinion, I want to go back to Joe for some concrete edits now about what you would suggest and what the tone of what I'm hearing from the majority of the speakers is that they'd like to see this letter revised. So Joe, I'm going to ask you to take a first shot at that. Katie, Joe's going to address him, and then you and Verena will have a chance to respond.
So the first thing I would suggest is that this goes not just to Corey Johnson, but goes to the mayor and the police commissioner and Corey Johnson. Because there are 3 levels of government that we're dealing with: an agency, city council, and the executive branch. Second, on paragraph 3, I would change that to read, why did the NYPD approach Mr. Ingram without an arrest warrant? Because that's the big issue here, clear. They went without an arrest warrant to his home. We should even say at his home without an arrest warrant.
What's paragraph 3?
There's a
Question 3.
question 3, sorry.
Oh, question 3, okay.
Yes, Katie?
Can I just jump in here real quickly, Lowell? Because I think this is important. So we don't.
I think you've got a legal response here to that one. Am I correct, Katie?
So I'm sorry. So we did discuss this with people in the social justice working group, but legally, arrests can absolutely happen without a warrant. So it's actually not the biggest question. You can't, there are lots of things, but they can't go into somebody's home without a warrant.
So then change that to a search warrant.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna come in here with a legal answer to this because this is where I thought Katie was gonna go. People can be arrested without a warrant.
Yes.
Under the doctrine of hot pursuit. If the cop sees someone grab a handbag and chases him down the street, he doesn't need to get a warrant.
That's not this case.
Hang on. The key here is that they showed up at his home without a warrant almost 2 months after this incident supposedly took place. And that's why the warrant was necessary, not because you can arrest someone without a warrant, you can't arrest someone without a warrant. The issue here is they had 2 months, they knew where they were going, they could have very easily obtained a warrant for his arrest, and they did not.
So
That's
can we just
the way I would do it.
Hold on, Kate has a point.
No, but can we articulate just that? Because that's the fact.
All right,
Okay.
Katie?
So as long as you have probable cause, it doesn't have to be hot pursuit, Lowell.
Okay.
The
all
issue
right.
is that they couldn't go into his home, which is why they were trying to get him to come out of his home.
But then the point is they had 2 months to get a warrant that they could have.
Absolutely. And so,
And I think that's the point Joe is trying to make.
Yeah, in other words, it's not as if this had just happened and they were after him or they had gone through a process. They just waited and they made a big fucking deal to make a point. I think that's the thing we have to say here in a nice way. Not the big fucking deal, but just to make that clear.
Called intimidation.
Right, I understand. Then the next thing on the 4th item, I just would delete, if so, have they been held accountable? Because I think it's important to say, have any members of the NYPD been held accountable for this out of proportion arrest operation? Because I think we can all agree that this whole action was out of proportion to whatever may allegedly have occurred.
I'm sorry, Joe, just so what's different that you're suggesting about number 4?
Let me read
Taking
it.
the second sentence out.
Let me read it. Have any members of the NYPD been held accountable for this out of proportion arrest operation? Period. That's it.
I would say excessive instead of out of proportion.
So you're saying get rid of missteps and say
Out of proportion or excessive. Either whatever the proper word is, whatever the word we can agree on, but it's the point of it is, it's just that it is completely out of proportion to whatever happened and it's excessive to whatever happened.
okay, and then you're saying get rid of the second question. So
Yeah.
you don't want to know how they've been held accountable, just if they've been held accountable.
Right. Because again, we're sort of like getting deeply into that. No, just like, have they been held accountable? Yes or no? What is it? The next item, number 5, I would delete the first sentence because I think this really devolves to one person, and that's according to Mayor de Blasio and the police commissioner, they didn't know. They're the ones who are ultimately accountable here. So the idea that any changes in the command, we're assuming something and getting to a conclusion. If
So
we're asking,
what would you do? What would be the sentence on 5?
I would delete the first sentence.
And then?
Leave everything as is in 5.
Oh,
So then you want it to just be focused on the cost and not about command and control? Because we think that the command and control question is very important. It's like really weird. I mean, really unusual, we think. That
No, you're not saying, you're saying, will there be changes to command and control? You're not saying who was in charge of command and control. You said changes.
well, the command and control issue is addressed in 1. Who was in the NYPD was
Right.
responsible. Yeah.
You said it in number 1 already. Who was it? What happened? How did this happen?
yeah.
I mean,
This is what goes to accountability. We like,
right,
who
but you,
made the decision and will there be changes now because they made that decision?
right, but again, if our job is asking these questions, we cannot then immediately go to the conclusion of what are the changes. As part of a public discussion, we're starting to try to get some accountability and assistance for our neighbor who was totally horribly handled in this thing. And was intimidated, freaked out. And then I can the man said he can't sleep.
6.
And then for 6, I think again, we get into this, and Tweet said it clearly. My partner,
Yes.
my partner does criminal defense for legal aid in the Bronx. And trust me, I can tell you that people are arrested all the time for bullshit and cops lie. Yeah, I will say that. However, to say is it regular practice to attempt to arrest citizens without having an arrest warrant, it's again like leading the idea and getting to the conclusion. I mean, I don't think we even need that, because what happened here is so obvious because of the craziness. I would delete all of number 6.
What about asking for the numbers?
But again, we're getting citywide here. We want to focus on our neighbor being badly treated and then amplify it to what happened the change needs to happen. The next item is number 7. I just would delete the words after identify and later locate, because the real issue here is, was there facial recognition software used to identify him? That's the big issue. They don't use that to locate you later. It's identify.
Well, Joe, but I think his point about the poster was that it actually was used not only to identify him, but then they put up the posters with his face on it to locate him.
Right, but
so they use the facial software.
Is that really facial recognition software? That's an old-fashioned wanted poster, isn't it?
That's a picture. The real thing here is that freaks me out. And I really agree with you on this one and the next letter. The idea that they're using with the new idea facial recognition software. But I just think it just says to identify him, because they must have used that at some point from other protests or things. That's how they figured out. And then on line 41, I actually would keep these heavy-handed and costly, but I would delete the word totalitarian and say out of proportion, because that's what out of proportion and excessive, however we want to phrase that over and over, because we're not afraid as a board to take hard, direct stands and be direct with it. But totalitarian is too much rhetoric. I'm sorry. This is about.
All right. So I would say
like El Chapo. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break. He's a protester.
Hold on, Joe.
Joe, that did come up, and we just kept it in there because we were sort of really looking for the right word. You didn't want to sort of take away the kind of forcefulness of the letter.
No, I don't think we're taking away forcefulness by being direct.
No, I take your suggestion. We agree.
I got you. Yeah, I don't want to undercut our own position, which is you treated our neighbor like shit, and you don't get to do that here.
Okay, so Joe, you know as well as I do what happens in the Bronx, and that's excessive already. So what we can probably say as a better phrase in this particular instance, which I've mentioned before, is magnified. So we can say it's grossly excessive.
Great.
To make the point.
Great. Because it really is. I mean, no matter what he did, you would never have this kind of reaction for something else that wasn't a hot button item. Never would have happened. So my question for you, Katie, is this helpful to sort of like?
Yeah, so but my only I have to confess, I'm a little confused still. Can we just go back up to number 3? I think I understand everything else, but what was it about? What do you want me to say for number 3?
Why did the NYPD approach Mr. Ingram at his home without a warrant?
Well, you have to say to get inside his door.
Well, no, you have to say after 2 months or something.
The time element is what's really key there, I think.
After 2 months of the alleged incident, why did they approach him at his home without a warrant?
There you go.
Is that right, Tweety? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, Joe, is that what you had?
Yeah. And
all right, I want to go to Brett next. I want to go to Brett next. Brett, you still with us?
Yep.
Do you have anything you want to add, change, suggest based upon what Joe just suggested?
I again, a lot of my concern is, we're getting testimony, but it's not complete testimony. We've got conclusions, and everyone has their personal experiences in the justice system here or there. People work as public advocates. I work with I plan justice facilities, so I meet with people from all sides. I promote a lot of very progressive approaches in change in the justice system as well. All that isn't it doesn't tell us what exactly happened here. You know, I want to be careful. I would want to be careful how we're coming to conclusions about, oh, you know, why did they bring a helicopter? I don't know anything about Mr. Ingram's background. He could be a saint when he's not out doing his advocacy, and we don't know anything about him. So I'm just saying, NYPD had their caseload. We don't have answers. We're already jumping to conclusions that things are excessive or disproportionate. So
I'd like to respond to that when you're done.
The evidence that we do have of something potentially being disproportionate, I would suggest that we use as language is, we do have on record both, you know, Cy Vance, you know, the district attorney, and the mayor expressing those terms as you know, the disproportionate response, et cetera. I would rather see us cite those rather than us coming up with those opinions on our own.
I actually like that idea. Joe, what you can do, or Katie, you can use those terms, put them in quotes, and drop a footnote to the reference that the mayor made to call it disproportionate.
I don't want to rely on us as the court that's trying the police in this incident. It's public record. You know, there was a court case, there was an arraignment, there was, you know, he was given a misdemeanor, which was a reduced charge from the assault that he was charged with. So there is enough record to look at about the incident, so we can cite that. I just, you know, so that would make me a whole lot more comfortable if we're not coming up with the opinions of what would happen. We're using public record rather than us.
That makes sense.
That's the main point I would make on that.
All right, Twee and then JD.
I hear what you're saying about, and the logic behind citing the words of disproportionate from the mayor and Cy Vance's office. But I'm looking at this from a reasonably prudent person's perspective. If you were in this person's shoes, would you have considered this excessive, grossly excessive? And this goes to, I think it's Lavor's sense of, you still want to express outrage of what's happened in your community.
Well, but
I'm
just giving you all.
Brett, let her finish. Brett, let her finish. Go ahead, Twee.
Just you can still put both in. I do understand your logic with it, but you can still express the outrage that way.
Sure. I mean, again, there's another side to the story. You know, can you imagine if you're a police officer over the last 5 months under intense pressure at work? You know, we go to work. If someone, you know, says something bad about me at work, I feel bad. Police officers, this is their day in and day out job. I mean, unless you spend a day walking in their shoes, what I'm not justifying what they did was right or wrong, but again, can we imagine being in the police's position in the situation where you're approaching a suspect who you are there to arrest? And again, these are police officers. Some of them are experiencing, the post-traumatic stress disorders and all that. So again, this is not a one-sided conversation.
All right, JD.
Yeah, I agree with Brett. I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think we need to keep in mind what we want to achieve here. We want a dialogue. We want to change things. Beating up on somebody is not going to get them to respond. I think Brett's suggestion is an excellent one. It will make it easier to continue this discussion and solve this problem.
Bert Lazarin.
I just want to say, whatever he did or didn't do, Derek, he could be a saint, he could be a major sinner.
Right.
But what we saw, what was experienced, was excessive, grossly excessive intimidation. And yes, maybe many police officers are having post-traumatic stress. But what happened to this person in our district was not right.
Colin?
Yeah, I agree with,
I see you, Leslie.
Okay.
For me, I don't think that we need to, first of all, I don't think that we're being held to the standard of a court here, or to to legal standards to an extent. I mean, I think we can, give an opinion as a community. I know that's sort of a vague statement, but what I mean to get there is that I think we're on safe ground by talking about our perception of the incident based on the facts that we have. And for example, I think that, you know, when we say in line 35 and 36, however, the scale of the attempted arrest is grossly out of proportion to the alleged offense, maybe it's the case that what, you know, the facts that we have is that it appears to be grossly out of proportion. Maybe we don't say is. Maybe in line 38, instead of saying it did create a false impression, maybe we could just say it created an impression. You know, then we're just, you know, telling them exactly as a community our perspective of the situation. I mean, that seems to be, I would suggest that we make those two changes.
Katie, you like those? Or?
We could simply sort of call it as reported, as has been reported.
Yeah.
You know, level of
I think that goes back to what Brett was saying, you know, refer to something else. If you're, Viren, if you're saying as reported, I think it gets you to the same place that Colin's talking about. Paul Devlin, did you have something you wanted to add? No? Okay, Les Williams.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that whenever a situation like this occurs, we look to vilify the victim of the circumstance by saying, what about his background? What did he do? What was his history? 10 years ago, he was arrested for jaywalking. When we know in this city, most of the people who are arrested happen to be people of color. 90% of the people in prisons are people of color, not people who are, you know, walking in the street minding their own businesses. So I don't understand why we vilify someone's history when they're a victim already. And also, this guy was protesting. It's the First Amendment rights. He has a right to protest.
I don't think, Les, I don't think there's anything in the letter that is, as it now exists, that's questioning Mr. Ingram or his background.
Right. No, but the comment was made a few minutes ago.
The comment was made, but it's not in the letter. It's not in the letter. Brett was saying, Brett was trying to make a point with it. I don't think Brett was, you know, trying to add that to the letter. I'm just trying to keep things moving here.
I got you.
Christine.
I think Colin before made a good suggestion at the end of the letter to open the dialogue, you know, to say we would look forward to have, you know, to receive, to have, I don't know, meetings with the NYPD and understand what's going on. Something to open the dialogue and open the process.
Good suggestion.
Okay, does anyone have anything else they'd like to see added, changed, subtracted from this letter? David Solnick.
Yes, I just do not think we should be quoting the mayor on this. This is our letter. We shouldn't take our language and use the mayor as its voice. Let's just keep it to our voice.
I think Viren had the suggestion for that, you know, as reported, covers the same thing. I think Viren's suggestion solves that. Kit?
We're ready to go.
Almost. Kit?
Just want to quickly say, don't doubt the anyone on this board, even folks who've said things that I disagree with tonight. But as a process point, I do want to just call out, you know, I'm one of the few folks on this community board who identifies as both African-American and male. And we have spent quite some time tonight going line by line through this letter that hasn't gotten public comment. And the airtime has really been dominated by folks who are white and don't share the lived experience of the person as the focus of this letter. And so just want to say very strongly that I really wish we had opened this up to more diverse voices and to the public. As someone who identifies as Black and as male, you know, this was one in a long list, too long for us to recall, of horrible incidents. Unfortunately, it likely won't be the last. I'm concerned that we handled this the way that we did.
Okay, Kit, I understand what you're saying. I think I can very safely say that anyone who had anything they wanted to say from the board on this has had a chance to speak tonight. If the most of the people who have spoken are white, that's because that's the makeup of the board. I understand your point that this should have gone outside the board to the public. I'm not opining on that one way or the other, but if you're talking about just who spoke tonight, everyone who's wanted to speak has had a chance so far. Devlin, I saw your hand and then it went down again.
I was just going to make a motion that we vote on the letter as amended. And
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I won't entertain that motion yet. So Loris.
I just wanted to say I think this has been a great discussion. I think we've allowed everyone to express their concerns from their observations, from their emotions. I do still strongly feel that we need to be led by the broad community in all of our conversations and discussions. But after hearing from everyone who's expressed their view and the amendments that are being recommended, I am comfortable that we move forward with the letters as it's been amended. I know that's, Paul, you were trying to make that motion, but I just wanted to, because I began with making that motion on the agenda, I wanted to say that I do appreciate that this conversation has been real.
Yep.
It has been without, we'll call it emotions that create more problems, and we're trying to solve for how to bring the community in and how to get answers. So I thank everybody for that, and I'm ready to vote.
All right. I have one question before I'm going to pose a motion that I want someone to make, but do we have any more comments on letter number 7 about the use of facial recognition? Because we've only gone through letter number 6.
No.
Sorry to be the, the bearer of bad tidings here, but we haven't really discussed that, and I didn't know if there was anyone who wanted to add anything about that letter. Christine, you're highlighted. Do you wanted to say something?
No. I just
Okay.
vote.
All right. Who is the 917 number with their hand raised?
It's me, Rob Walker. I just wanted to make a comment about facial recognition. It's only as good as the company that's supplying it and their database. Is highly inaccurate. And when you start dealing with the Latino community, Native American, the Black and Brown community, its a rate of accuracy goes down tremendously. And I can't understand why we're currently using this. This should barely be in beta, let alone having the authorities use this.
All right,
That's
Rob, I'm going to cut you off there. The point of the letter is to say, how is it being used? So, I understand your points, but we're not testifying here. We're just asking the questions. Marty DeCat.
Number 7, I mean, we've had a lot of wordsmithing on the other letter. The language on line 17 needs some work during the botched arrest of A. During the attempt to arrest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Given the other changes we've made, that change makes sense to me. Katie.
Yeah, you're saying, oops, sorry, am I on mute?
No, there you are.
Okay, so you're saying change the word botched to like attempted arrest?
Yes.
In line 17?
Botched is value laden, attempted is a descriptor.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyone else on anything on item number 7? All right, here's what I'm going to do. I want Katie, if you can, take us through what letter number 6 looks like with the final edits. Then I am going to ask someone to make the following motion. I would like a motion that is a vote to either send the letter as Katie's now going to send it out, or remand the letter back to the Social Justice Working Group that will take advice from the Executive Committee. So yes would be send the letter, no would be to remand. And I think that's the easiest way to do that. If anyone has anything else they'd like to say about that motion, when the motion is made, we can discuss that, but I think that's the easiest way to get through this. Katie, can you take us through 6 and tell us basically what it looks like now?
Yeah, so how about I just read through the whole thing as I think it reflects what we discussed?
All right, and no, I don't want anyone interrupting her. If there are changes that need to be made, I'll take hands at the end if you think Katie missed something, but let's just get through it once. Please, Katie.
Okay, so Manhattan Community Board 4 respectfully requests the City Council's Committee on Oversight and Investigations launch an investigation of the NYPD for accountability in connection with the attempted arrest on August 7th, 2020 of Derek Ingram on West 45th Street in Manhattan. We believe the following questions need to be answered. Number 1, who within the NYPD command and control structure, A, conceived of, and B, authorized the massive scale of the arrest operation against Mr. Ingram, including deployment of NYPD helicopter, K-9 units, members of the strategic response team, multiple officers in tactical gear, and closing of a Manhattan block to traffic for several hours. Number 2, what was the total number of officers who were involved in the arrest operation of Mr. Ingram? And what is the total estimated arrest operation? Number 3, why did the NYPD approach Mr. Ingram at his home without an arrest warrant more than 6 weeks after the alleged crime? Question mark. Number 4, have any members of the NYPD been held accountable for the excessive, wait, hold on, for the excessive, use of force in this attempted arrest? Question mark.